Hey everyone, hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to another video on the channel. This video is going to be the definitive guide on creating custom AI-powered design workflows. Now, whether you're trying to create interactive prototypes, scale your design systems, turn your designs into code, or generate designs from code, I'm going to show you all the workflows that you can set up in order to do this. Now, once you understand how these workflows actually work, you can then apply them to your own personal projects or apply them to the work you do every single day. This video is going to be broken down into multiple phases, and in each phase, I'll show you a workflow that you can use and set up yourself. Now, we'll start off at phase 0, where I'm going to be taking an example from Notion Mail, where we'll take an email row component and prepare it for the workflows ahead. We'll use the Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP to clean up the entire design system. This includes organizing variables, identifying components that don't have variables assigned, and fix those gaps so that everything is in a much healthier state. Once it's cleaned up, we'll build that in code. That step is extremely important because once the component exists in code, it opens up a lot of possibilities. Now, to make sure this coded version is accurate, we'll create a preview playground where we can compare it against the Figma version, spot any mismatches, and refine it until it feels right. After that, we'll create a skill that lets us take an instance of the main component and paste it into Figma and customize it based on a prompt. We'll test this skill, improve it, and make sure that it's reliable. Once it works, we'll evolve it further so that it can generate an entire inbox using a template that we provide. That template will include a slot, and AI will take that structure, create an instance, and fill it with emails based on exactly what we need. And once that's done, we'll build the full prototype in code so we can start prototyping for real. I'll show you how to upload everything to GitHub, how to host it, and how you can create a shared interactive prototype repository for your entire team so that anyone can publish their work anytime and everybody can see what others are building. It's very similar to Shopify's internal tool called as Artifact. We'll then move on to documentation. I'll show you how to document these components in Figma using Uber's new Agentic AI workflow called as Uspec. And to wrap all of this up, we'll also create an online version of that documentation, one that's better suited for designers and product managers and not just engineers. Now, I'll be using Claude Code throughout this entire video, but you can use Cursor, Anti-Gravity, Codex, whatever tool you prefer, and still make use of these workflows. Now, one last thing before you go ahead and get started. Now, if you want to learn how to build AI products and not just workflows, I highly recommend you visit learnproduct.design/cursor, which is my online course which teaches you everything you need to know about the fundamentals of building products, and I'll also show you how you can build your own mobile apps. Now, more on that a little bit later, but because we have so much to cover, without any further ado, let's get started. Now, before I go ahead and talk about MCPs, I'm going to explain a concept of why MCPs need to exist and what is it that they actually do. And understanding this is super important. Now, let's take an example where let's say you want to cook some food for yourself. All right. Now, in order for you to cook food for yourself, you're going to need the recipe. You're also going to need a few items, and you're also going to need utensils. Now, if you have these three things, you can then go ahead and cook food for yourself. But let's say you don't have time and you are quite busy and you want to hire a cook to do that for you. So the cook is going to come over to your house and cook the food. You will provide the recipe, the items, and the utensils. Now, you don't want to eat the same food every single day. So what you do is you basically ask the cook if the cook can make Indian food sometimes, or Italian food sometimes, or even desserts. Let's say it's a festival or you're craving something sweet, you want to eat a dessert. Now, essentially what the cook needs is the recipe, items, and utensils, but the cook also needs to know how to use this to make Indian food, Italian food, or desserts, for example. And this is what we call as tools versus skills. Tools are essentially the actual raw ingredients that it needs, which is the recipe, the items, and the utensils. And skills is what you do with these tools. So you could use the same tools to make Indian food. You can use the same tools to make Italian or desserts. So if we have to bring this into the world of AI, AI will use tools and skills in order to do a particular job for you. Now, tools are provided by the actual MCP. So anytime you use an MCP, tools come along with that MCP. And skills are essentially normal, plain text files called .md files, also known as markdown files. They are just plain text files. That's about it, right? And tools come along with the MCP. And I'm going to show you the examples of all of this very soon. One more difference is that the MCP is actually given by the provider and also the tools that come along with it. And these skill.md files are usually prepared by you because these skills can be customized to whatever needs that you have. And these skills will then use the tools to execute your actions. Sometimes the MCP providers also provide skills. Now, we will be using two MCPs in order to create stuff that we want. The first one is obviously the official Figma MCP, and the second one is called the Figma Console MCP. That's the name of the MCP. The Figma MCP is the official one, and the Figma Console MCP is a third-party MCP which is created by a company called as the Southwest. Now, the Figma MCP comes with 16 tools, but the Figma Console MCP comes with 94 plus tools. And this is a massive difference. And this is the number at the time of making this video. Both of these companies could extend the number of tools later on. And of course, I'm going to show you these tools and how these tools look like very soon. But just because the Figma Console MCP has 94 plus tools doesn't mean that you always have to use that. And I'm going to explain to you why it's not obvious that we should use Figma Console MCP just because it gives 94 plus tools. Now, this is the official Figma documentation. And what you see here is that it says the Figma MCP server provides the following tools. So all the tools that you see over here are created by Figma in order to do a very specific task, right? So for example, this tool called Generate Figma Design generates the design layers from interfaces. You have something called as Get Design Context. So this is the name of the tool, which basically gets the context for a layer or selection. So depending on the task you want to do, these are all the tools that basically allow it to do a certain thing. And knowing what these tools are is extremely important anytime you're using an MCP. Right? And one of the things that was very recently released, well, maybe not recently, it was the most recent one that was released, is something called as the Use Figma. This is essentially a general purpose tool for creating, editing, inspecting any object in the Figma file. So Use Figma pretty much behaves like a designer who could create things, edit things, or even inspect things in a Figma file. Right? And when you click on each of these items, there is a detailed description of what exactly happens and what is it that it does. Right? Now, it's a good idea to actually go through this slowly and in your own sweet time. But one of the things that I want to talk about is this Use Figma, because this is one of the most important ones. So when I click on this, you can see we end up over here. So you can see here it says this is a general purpose tool for writing to Figma, which means it is used to edit, create, delete, inspect any object, right? And it can do this to pages, frames, components, variables, variants, styles, text, images, and more. So it's pretty much like this all-in-one tool that does a lot of things, which a designer also would do. When relevant, the agent will first check your design system for existing components to reuse before creating anything from scratch. So as a designer, this is how we would think. Anytime we have to create a design, the first thing we think about is that do we have a component for this? Is this something that we can reuse, right? And that's what the agent is also going to do. So Figma has basically set up this tool to behave like a designer. And I'll give you an example. Here it says you can ask it to create or modify designs, which is adding a new frame, add a button component to use the correct fill color, set up tokens, build or generate component or various systems, and variant systems, fix layout issues, so it can fix the auto layout spacing, which is pretty amazing. These are all the things a designer actually does. Now, all of these things are tools. Now, one of the things you see here is that the Use Figma tool is best invoked with the Figma Use skill. Now, don't get confused with the naming. This is just Use Figma, which is the name of the tool, and Figma Use is the name of the skill, right? So they've just interchanged the wording. Now, when I click on this, or you can actually come down over here into the skills section. When I click on the Figma Use skill, we will actually come to this skills section, right? So this is the Figma skills for MCP. Now, these skills are provided by Figma itself. Now, ideally, at the end of the day, these are just markdown files, and I can show you that also very soon. These basically have instructions on how a tool is supposed to be used. Now, it can still be a little complicated to understand what is the difference between a skill and a tool. But as you go through this video, you will realize the actual differences between tools and skills. Now, the main important thing about skills is that you can see here, this is probably the most important thing as to why we need skills. Without skills, you'd need to describe each step yourself every single time. Now, if I have to show you an example of what this means with the cooking example we were talking about. So let's say in this case, every time you want the cook to cook some Indian food, You don't have to tell the cook to make it spicy. When you say Indian food, the cook is going to understand that this is supposed to be spicy food. And that's typically how a skill is set up. The skill basically says that when you're making Indian food, always make it spicy. It's sort of understood. Now, for the Italian example, if you're making pasta, maybe there's a specific type of pasta you want the cook to use. And so you don't have to tell the cook to use the specific type of pasta every time. The instruction that you give when you say make Italian food means to use a specific type of pasta. Similarly with desserts. If you're asking the cook to make some dessert and it can have multiple flavors, the default flavor the cook should always use is chocolate flavor. So if you want to make a cookie or a bread or a cake or whatever it is, if it can be made with any different flavor, the cook should automatically know that chocolate flavor is the expected flavor. You don't have to tell the cook to make a dessert with chocolate flavor. Right? So that's the point of having skills, because you don't have to give these tiny details and instructions every single time. And all you have to do is just say Indian food, Italian food, or cakes, desserts, pastries, whatever it is. Right? So hopefully all of this makes sense. So now we can see here that Figma actually provides around 6 to 8 skills over here that we can use. And these have very specific instructions, and the MCP server will know when to trigger these skills automatically. All right. Now, let's take a look at the Figma use skill, all right? Now, this is a skill that triggers the write to canvas feature. This is essentially used with the use Figma tool. And when you want your assistant to create or modify context directly in Figma, such as building frames, placing components, etc., this skill makes that possible. And so there's a lot of information in this skill. And so let's actually take a look at how this actually looks. So now come down over here and click on this MCP server guide directory. And now if I come down here to the skills section, we see we have all of these various skills, and we're going to click on Figma use skill and then click on the skill.md file. And this has basically all the instructions on what the tool needs to do in order to get the job done properly. Right? So you can see here that there are a lot of rules and instructions for it to follow, and we don't really have to understand or go through any of this, but this is going to be done automatically by the AI, and it's going to understand what it needs to do, right? And so there are workflows, and there are even troubleshooting cases where in case something goes wrong, how this needs to be fixed. Right? So depending on what the task is, the AI is going to pick the respective skill and apply that skill along with the tool so that it knows what it needs to do with the tool and how it needs to use it. Now, with that being said, let's move on to the Figma Console MCP. Now, in the Figma Console MCP documentation, you can see here, this is the official website, and there's a lot of information over here. What we will do is we will come down over here to the tools reference section. Here you can see that for every single tiny action, they actually have a tool that does a specific task. So for example, even navigating pages is going to be done by the Figma Navigate. And they've ordered it into various categories, which is debugging, design system related. So for example, even for design systems, they have so many specific ones. For components and for variables, this is crazy. For creating variable, they have one tool. For updating, they have one. For renaming, they have one. And deleting, they have one. Right? So the reason they have all of this split out is because this one is sort of more specialized and not a generalist tool, because this will result to a higher chance of execution. And the goal with this is that if these tools are given very specific tasks, they are less likely to make mistakes. But with the Figma official MCP, because they are general purpose tools, they have the skill files which sort of help guide them. So it's either creating individual tools which are specialized, or you take a general purpose tool and you combine it with a skill to get the job done really well. They also have a tool called as design parity, which basically checks the parity between specs and code. And we will see an example of this in this video. You can definitely compare what you have in code base and what is there in Figma and make sure if there is proper parity or not. All right. Now, the question is, which one should you use, the Figma MCP or the Figma Console MCP? And so to do that, I'm going to come over here. Now, there's a lot of information over here, but at a high level, you can see that the Figma MCP and the Console MCP can all do the exact same thing, except for this one case, which basically says execute arbitrary plugin API JavaScript. Now, this is not relevant for us right now, but then the rest of it is. And because for all of these things like creating frames and tools, creating components, modifying auto layout, they have dedicated tools. The use Figma tool by Figma MCP can pretty much do everything, which is why it is accompanied by the Figma use skill, which has instructions on how the tool needs to be used. So now with this, the question still arises, when should you use what? So the answer to that is at the very bottom, and they've given a very nice detailed breakdown, so you can check this out when you have some time. But I'll come down over here to the product designer section. So you can see here it says, for designers managing design systems, Figma MCP is useful when you want an agent to create a design from code references. Now, this could be either from taking the code and constructing a design and pasting it into Figma, or it could still be generating any design that you have from a reference as well. That also works. And the Figma Console MCP is better when you want to manage your design system, need to do batch operations, want real-time awareness of what is happening in your file, score and lint your design system, design to code audit. You want to read annotations and post review comments. So anything that has nothing to do with generating designs, the console MCP is better equipped to do that. And the Figma MCP is specialized for doing the actual grunt work that designers actually do. Right? So this is the difference between the Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP. Now, the one thing you need to do is you want to install the Console MCP, and how do you actually do that? So you're going to come here to the setup guide, and there's a lot of instructions and details over here. So what I would do is take your time and try to figure out how to set this up. It's not really rocket science. It's just that there are too many ways to do this. Now, the one thing that you want to keep in mind is that you want to make sure that they have multiple setup methods. Like they have something called as the local Git, they have cloud mode and remote. You want to make sure that you choose this option because this gives you the maximum number of tools. Now, I'm not going into the depths of what is local versus cloud, what is remote. It's going to be too complicated to explain all of that right now, and it's also not relevant at this point. So instead, just focus on this because it has 94 tools. And you want to choose your AI tool, which is if you're using the Claude Code CLI, use that. If you're using Cursor, Anti-Gravity, use that. Claude Desktop is what we will be using. So you can use that if you're using Claude Desktop. They also have one for Codex, so you can choose that as well. It should be somewhere over here. Let me see if I can find it. There should be something over here. I'm not sure where it is, but you can see here they have a Codex setup. So if you're using OpenAI Codex, you could use that as well. Now, once that's done, there's one more thing that you have to do is you need to install something called as the Desktop Bridge plugin. This plugin is a plugin that works like any other Figma plugin. Now, there's a lot of instructions. Just go ahead and follow that. But in short, what you would want to do here is come to this documentation over here. And this is the official website. And if you click on this, you'll basically come to the main landing page. Click on code and download the zip file. And once you download the zip file, you can find this folder called as the Figma Desktop Bridge. You want to click on that, and then you will find this file called as the manifest.json. And this is the actual plugin file. So when you open up the plugin in Figma, use this to open that up, open it with this, and the bridge plugin is going to be open. This bridge plugin essentially is like a door that allows or closes the entry for AI agents. So when this bridge is active, it means that the AI can come in, inspect, edit. When this plugin is not turned on, that means nobody can enter the Figma file and do anything. So hopefully all of this makes sense. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into Figma and let's get started. All right, so let's go ahead and finally get started. Now let me give you a quick preview of the Figma file that I have. So what I have here is the email row component. We've got a couple of states over here and various possibilities. And I also have the various icons and atoms that we will be using inside the email row component. Now I also have annotations. So if I open that up, I have got some annotations added over here, which we will take a look at a little bit later. And what I have here is basically the various possible customization options for the text. So for example, the sender name variants this is how it would look if it's a single message or a single reply. And then if it have more than 2, more than 3, and truncation rules, all of that. And then we also have this option to sort of show the category. So if I can come here and say show category of the email. All right, we can show this spill. Then we have our title variants, essentially how this would look where it is truncation, the maximum width and things like that. Then we also have the trailing icon button and label. All right, so we have the icon button and the label over here. I've got some specific rules also. For example, the icon button can be a paperclip or a calendar icon. You can have up to 2 labels, and here you could have both an icon button and labels. And then here for the date, we have just some date formats, right? So there's quite a few rules. This is how it looks in dark mode. And then I also have the section header. Probably going to go ahead and say section header and section header. All right. And then with this section header, we are then going to go ahead and have this inbox template where we have the slot component that I created, and we essentially will be able to take the section header and also the email rows and put that over here. And of course, AI is going to be doing this for us, right? And so we essentially need to give this template to AI so that it can use that template and paste the design here in Figma. All right. So I'm going to be breaking this down into multiple phases because this is going to be a complex workflow and we're going to see how to set all of this up. So the first thing is we're going to be cleaning up the color and typography variables. Now, what you see over here is I have my text styles that I've added, but they're not really mapped or assigned to tokens. And if I come here to my variables section, you can see I have my raw colors, but then I've actually used the correct colors, but they're not really organized very well over here. And then I also have my semantic colors. This is something that I've organized to an extent, but then you have content, surface, border, and fill, but these are not named correctly, right? That's something that I want to do. Then we have our size, which I only have one right now, and we will probably add more. We also have radius over here, and also these are not named properly. And we also are missing our paddings and our spacing tokens. And for that, we're essentially going to ask AI to do that. So in phase one, we're going to clean up the color and typography variables, and we're going to ask it to not include any business logic in the variable names, right? The goal here is to ensure that it does not include any business logic and it feels very out of the box. Number two is we are going to review the email component and extract the sizing and spacings. And then we're going to create variables using whatever we know and then create proper token names and apply it to the component, right? So for example, over here, if I click on this row, you can see here that we are using values, but these are not assigned to any variables, right? So pretty much anything over here. And these are really properly constructed with auto layout over here, all right? Then phase three is where we will build the email row in code, and we will create a preview website where we can customize the settings on the website and test out the component with various configurations, right? So it's going to be like a playground for us. And to do that, we are going to first ask it to create global tokens that will match Figma. And then we will use those global tokens in order to create the component in code, all right? And then we are going to read the annotations, and we're going to ask it to read the annotations to get details on specific rules. For example, all these annotations over here. And then we're going to create a Next.js project where we will create a preview website and interact with it. Then phase four is once we have the code, once we have this working really well, we're going to create a skill that basically creates an email row for us and paste that into Figma. Now we're going to be making it to paste a single row, and we're going to start off with that. And then phase five is we're going to update this to create an entire table of emails along with section headers and not just one email row. Then phase six is where we will update this again to now create an entire screen and fill in the emails inside, right? The last phase would then be to use this inbox template, and it's going to create those emails and paste that inside over here, right? Now, we're going to go ahead and start off by doing all of this, but we also have a couple more things. Once this is done and everything works perfectly, we're going to go ahead and create what we call as a God skill that allows anyone to execute these phases, right? Maybe 3, 4, 5, and even probably 6 here. For any other pattern or component, such as drawers, probably, or forms, menus, whatever it is, or Kanban boards, whatever it is that you want to do, or maybe even chat interfaces. Okay, so we can create a God skill that can create all of this for us. Then phase 8 is we're going to learn to create interactive prototypes because we would have everything that we need in code. Then phase 9 is to document the component specs in Figma using Uspec by Uber. And Uspec was a documentation workflow that Uber recently came out with. I'm going to show you how to use that. And then phase 10 is we're going to document all of this on a website as an interactive component so that it feels pretty real. Now, let's go ahead and finally get started. Now, I'm going to be using Claude code over here. I have this empty folder called as Figma Workflows, and I'm going to go ahead and get started. Now, before we get started, we can come here down to connectors, and we're going to have to check that the Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP are connected. So as you can see here, I have the Figma Console MCP selected, which is perfect. And if I come down here to the customize section, here I have my personal Figma official one selected, and that's also installed. This is the official MCP server. So we're going to be using both of this. All right, perfect. So now I'm going to come back over here, we're going to start off in a new project. And I also am going to go to Figma, and we have this Figma desktop bridge plugin ready. So you can come here, go to plugins. You can come here and choose import plugin from manifest. And then you want to choose the Figma Console MCP, and you want to come down and choose the Figma desktop bridge and click manifest.json. This is essentially the plugin file, all right? And then this is going to open up over here. So go ahead to Claude Code, and I'm going to say check Figma status with Figma Console MCP. All right, so there's a little bit of a hiccup, and so I finally fixed it now, and now we can see that we are connected finally over here. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and select Opus, all right? And in Opus, I'm probably going to choose the effort high, and I'm going to come here and choose the plan mode, which is over here. Now, we're going to go ahead and actually explain to Claude what is it that we really want to do over here. And we're going to go ahead and try to explain all of this in a simple way. Now, I'm going to be using this dictation tool called as Whisperflow, and you can go to the link in the description to check it out and use my affiliate link. I'd really appreciate that. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and make a plan for a couple of workflows which allow me to prompt and use a skill that creates a design and paste into Figma, right? We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to start off by testing this with an email row component for an email app. Let's build this plan, which includes multiple phases. Phase 1 is basically going to look at the Figma variables, especially the typography and the color variables, and organize them and come up with proper naming conventions for them. All right. So this is going to be phase 1. All right. And actually, we can actually bring this down. And here we're going to say phase 1. Okay. And if I come here to Figma, we want to make sure that we have this. All right. And I'm also going to say, when naming these color variables, do not include any business logic into it. For the raw color values, ensure you have 2 sections, which is neutrals and accent colors. All right, that's fine. Then moving on to phase 2, I want you to review the email component and identify the paddings and the spacing and any corner radius values. Once you identify these values, I want you to create variables in Figma for those values and then apply those variables to the email row component. All right. So this is going to be phase 2. All right. Now, one thing to note here is that we also have these atoms that we need to apply tokens to. So I'm also going to say, when you are reviewing the email row component, it will also have atoms that are used inside the component. I want you to apply the spacing, paddings, and size tokens to the main atom master components as well. All right. So there we go. We're going to apply that over here as well. Now coming to phase 3, we're going to ask it to build the email row component in code and a preview website where we can customize the settings on the website and test out the various possible component configurations and create global tokens and all of these things. All right, I'm going to come here down to phase 3. All right. In this phase, I want you to build the email row component in code and also the various atoms that come along with it. Then create a file with the global tokens that we have from Figma. Make sure it's a very close match. Apply these global tokens when creating the atoms and the email row component in code. Do not hard code any values or create component specific tokens. Make sure that all tokens are being used from the global tokens. We have that. And then I'm going to ask it to sort of read the annotations and create a Next.js project for the preview website. I'm also going to say a few more points here. Ensure to read the annotations that I have added to the instances to understand various behaviors and customization options. All right. And then create a Next.js project where I can preview this email component on the browser and have customization options that allow me to play around in this playground that you create. Now, there are actually a couple more things that I want to add, but that's essentially for phase 4, 5, 6, where we basically go ahead and create a skill. Now, what I'm going to do here is in this plan, I'm going to tell it what the next phases are going to be. But then I'm going to sort of keep it as a pending state. And when we come to these specific phases, we're going to dive deeper into it. All right. Now I'm going to come here and say, the next phases, phase 4, 5, and 6 are going to be all around creating a skill that when triggered will create the design referencing the code files that are created in the project folder, create a design and then paste that into Figma. Keep this as an open point, but phase 4 is going to be about creating an individual email row item. Phase 5 is going to be about creating a set of emails along with section headers. And phase 6 is going to be about taking these email groups and adding it into a template, which also has elements such as the sidebar and filters. I will provide more details when we come to this, but for now, keep it as an open point, but keep this in mind when creating the current plan. Now proceed to create the plan. Feel free to ask me any clarifying questions that you want to get more information. Do note that ideally, this is not just for the email row component. While this for this project will be the email row component, this system can be applied for making other patterns such as drawers, forms, chat interfaces, etc. All right, so we're going to go ahead and now run this and we're going to see what is going to happen. I'm actually going to probably stop this. We're going to go ahead and actually copy all of this, paste. Now there's one more thing I actually want to say. I want to say, create a checklist that you can refer to and check off items as and when you complete them. All right. And what I'll also do is I'm going to give it access to the Figma files over here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and say email row, paste that over here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say components or say atoms and icons. All right. And then I'm also going to add this. This is basically going to have instances of the email row that has the various customization rules and text rules. Right. Now we're going to go ahead and run this. Right. Now, the great thing about Claude is that you can actually see a lot of details about what it's actually done. And you can see here that it's first gathered all the design token data from the files. And so it's, it actually closed all of that. It actually ran 3 sub-agents, and sub-agents are agents that have their own context window. So they can be given dedicated tasks to do, and they have their own context window. So it's not going to be distracted from a lot of unnecessary things. So the first sub-agent is going to explore the variables. The second one is going to explore the email row component. And the third one is going to explore all the instances and annotations. So then it's going to have like a complete high-level view. And then it's going to pass on all of this to the main primary parent agent, and that parent agent is going to have all the information to create the plan. So you can see here that I now have a thorough understanding. Let me launch a plan agent to synthesize all the findings and create a dedicated plan. So now it's going to create a new agent, which is basically going to design the implementation plan over here. And we can also check this out a little bit more. So you can see here that there are some development nodes. This is fine. Component styling, this is fine. Then customization rules. So it's actually looked at pretty much all the annotations. All right. And it's figured out pretty much everything. Annotations found, as you can see over here, pretty cool. And then the variations over here, a lot of detail. These are all the component properties that we have. So it's done a very thorough job, and it's done it pretty quickly as well. So that's pretty good. So for the spacing tokens, it's actually asking which naming convention do you prefer? And this is so great because I actually tested this with Cursor and with Codex, and they didn't really care about these things. So here it's basically asking base unit index. So for example, spacing /0/1, where you can add 4 pixels, 6 pixels. You've got basically like this multiplier. Then you have pixel value names, which is spacing 4, spacing 6. And here you have t-shirt sizes. Now, depending on what is your preference and what makes sense for your design system, you can think about that. I'm going to go with t-shirt sizes over here. Now, for the Next.js project, which styling approach do you want to prefer for components? It's asking CSS, Tailwind, and plain CSS. Now, if you don't know the difference to this, that's totally fine. You can use the recommended one, and that should be fine. Then it's asking which font. Is it included, or should I use, is the Mono Trust font available as a file I can include in the project, or should I use a fallback, right? And so basically it's asking which one to use. You can say that I'll supply the file and load it wherever it is, and I can provide the font files. So I'm going to go ahead and add that as well. And then for the raw naming coloring, should the collection stay as .raw colors or be renamed? So it's basically asking what it needs to be called. So for example, if I come down here to Figma and I come to my variables, I've called it .raw colors. It's basically asking me what to call it to. And we can come here and say, rename it to primitives. And I think that's fine. All right. Now, a couple of things that we can do before when it's creating the plan is that it actually did a ton of work. And it's really fascinating how it does so much work. So I'm going to close this up. For the implementation plan, it did a lot of work. So it got all the colors, and then it's preparing a list of plans, prerequisites, open questions, and it's basically revisited and done a ton of work. As you can see over here, there's a lot of things that's happening over here. All right. And it's actually gotten a ton of context as well. Then it's also going ahead and capturing screenshots. So for example, it actually got the screenshot of this, which makes sense. It also got screenshot of this, but then it's also coming here and you can see that it's actually taking a screenshot of the template file also, which I actually never gave. So you can see it says, let me also capture the inbox template and section headers for phase 4 to 6 context and check for annotations deeper down in the tree. So it's actually doing a lot more than we did it. And it's behaving essentially like a very senior experienced designer. All right. And then it found a couple of critical information regarding annotations. That's totally fine. And then it created this plans.file. All right. So this plan that you see over here, and then it loaded a couple of tools for asking me a question. And now we basically have this over here. All right. So you can see here that we're building a reasonable design to code workflow system, starting with a Notion mail email row component. The system bridges the Figma design tokens to production codes and includes skills that generate the Figma designs from code references. While this project focuses on the email row, the architecture is designed to generalize any UI pattern. This is pretty much very important. All right. So it has a link to the Figma file. This is essentially the node. And then we have a checklist over here. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and phase 6. All right. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to close this up. All right. And I'm going to say, can you save this PRD, this plan in the current project folder? All right. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to execute using Opus. I essentially want to use something like Sonnet and set the effort to low, because for the phase 1, it's just going to be basic, simple editing of the Figma variables. All right. So you can see here, it saved it to plan.md. And now I'm going to come here and say, do nothing, because I just want to get rid of this area. So all good. Now, one thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to come here and type in / and type in context. And now when I run this, I'm just going to go ahead and choose Haiku for this. It's basically going to go ahead and identify how much context have we already used. So until now, you can see that we have used in this entire chat conversation only 40%. Now, for at least phase 1, I'm going to continue using the context window over here because it's only used 40% and we're not going to use a lot more for phase 1. So I'm going to come here and choose Haiku. And because we're going to be only editing things in Figma, Haiku should be more than enough. I'm going to come here and say, can you execute phase 1 of the implementation plan, all right? And of the plan, all right? And go ahead and run that. So it's trying to connect to Figma and it has all the variable data. It's going to now rename all of this as you see over here. It's going to go through that list and it's going to keep checking things off this list, which is one thing which is pretty great in Claude Code because you can see this visually changing over here. So that's pretty good as well. All right, so let's take a look. So phase 1 is completed and we can go to Figma and quickly take a look at that. All right. So in Figma, now we have our primitives, which is our alpha colors, which is fine. Our neutrals, which is also fine. It's not yet organized in the correct order. So I'm going to quickly do that because AI doesn't have the tool to order these things. And so we have to do this manually. And so then we have our 850 and then we have our 800 and then we also have our 950. Then we've got our blues. Then we have our yellows. Then we have our browns over here. All right. Browns, blue, green, and then move this also. And then we have a yellow as well. So this is fine. This is fine. All of this is fine. All right, perfect. Now we come here to radiuses. We have 2. It has identified 2. We have small, and then we also have our colors, right? Now, for some reason, it's not updated the colors. So we're going to go ahead and ask it to fix that. So I'm going to come here and say, the semantic color tokens collection has not been renamed with appropriate names. Right now, they're still using the placeholder names. Can you look into this, please? All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask me any questions, if any, for more clarification. All right, go ahead and run this. All right, so now here you can see that it's missing. So it's asking us, how do we want to rename it, right? So we have content primary, semantic text primary, or semantic content primary, or should the semantic tokens indicate their theme, which is color light, color dark? That's fine. Or do you want to reflect the design intent? All right. So text primary, text secondary, text muted, border weak, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say option 3. Right. So it's going to ask clarifying questions. Yeah, it's basically intent based. All right. For background and surface colors, what would you prefer? We could keep the current naming convention. And for unread and fill colors, we could probably use badge. We could use that. That's fine. So for this one, we could probably use business logic. All right. So for the state-based color, hover selected, should they be renamed to indicate the state? Stay separate. I guess we could go with option number 2 over here. So you can see that it's also going to update the plan and then get my approval for this, which is actually very nice. And we can click here to see what is it that it's actually doing. So it's basically marked everything as complete over here, which is pretty nice. And then it's added a couple more things, which is also fine. All right. So here it's showing us a summary. So the new name is going to be text primary, text secondary, text accent brown. Now, there are a few adjustments that I have to do because these colors actually are a part of the tag system badge. All right. Are part of the badge over here. So I'm going to do this myself. So I'm going to come here and say, yes, there are a few adjustments that need to be made, but it's okay. I can do this myself. Go ahead and update the names based on what you have recommended to me now. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. All right. So now let's go ahead and quickly verify this in Figma. And you can see here it's done all of this, but it's not really put it into proper groups. But that's fine. We can do it ourselves. So I'm going to quickly pause the video and do this myself and come back. All right. So I've gone ahead and cleaned this up. So now we have our surface tokens, our content tokens. And here I also have the checkbox under content, but that's like making a small exception. Then we have our fills. And this is essentially going to be for the notification dot. So I've kept it separate. And then here we have our borders. And then for the tag button, we have our content buttons, content colors. And for the tag button, these surface colors as well. So now obviously this is in a much better shape. And I think everything else looks pretty fine. All right. Now, with that being said, we can move on to phase 2, which is the spacing, layouts, and all of this. And you can see here the last step is also a visual verification. So I'm going to go ahead and say do nothing. Now here I'm going to be using Sonnet because I want a little bit more brain power over here. So I'm going to go ahead and choose Sonnet. And in Sonnet, I'm probably going to choose medium over here. Execute phase 2 of the plan. All right. And we can say, oh, ask me any questions at any time if you need more clarification. And I'm going to go ahead and let it run this. All right, so it's gone ahead and updated everything. Phase 2 is complete. Let's go ahead and quickly verify all of this in Figma. So we're going to open up variables and you can see we have some size tokens, which is fine. We have 2 radius tokens and mainly important are spacing tokens. It's also created one for 0, which makes sense. So let's go ahead and take a look at the tag button first of all. So you can see here it's applied that padding of 6 pixels. So all of this is actually pretty good and working fine. All right, now we can look at the action bar. Now in the action bar, it forgot to add that gap. So here we can actually add this ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and set this to 2. We are actually missing one, which is interesting. So it didn't really consider this. Probably it missed it out. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new one. I'm going to go ahead and call this mini and I'm going to make this 2. All right. And then I'm going to click on this and add this 2 over here, spacing 2 and also spacing 2 over here, which is pretty good. And the corner radius is also added. That's nice. And then over here, if we come here, we can see that it's added the paddings or actually the tokens everywhere. And over here, we've got paddings again, the gap. Here we've got, here there's nothing really, so that's fine. Over here, we've got a gap of 40. Over here, gap of 6, and things are looking fine. Here, everything seems to be pretty good. There are also size tokens. So for example, if I click on the checkbox icon, you can see we have 20 pixel size that it has added, which is nice. And even for the notification dot, you can see here that it's added a size. So I think all in all, I think phase 2 is pretty good. And so we can, to an extent, mark these off as done if we really want. That's fine. And then mark this off as also done. So proper names and apply to the component, all of this is done. Now is where things get pretty interesting, where we're going to execute phase 3, build the email row in code, and preview website where you can customize all of this, create global tokens. Now, before we do this, I want to create a plan just for phase 3, and then we can execute that plan. So I'm going to come back down here to Claude, and let's look at phase 3. So scaffold the Next.js project, extract the final token values from Figma, all right, and then build the global CSS files, which is fine. Implement atom components, implement email row component with variants and properties, and then build an interactive playground, and then visual parity check against Figma screenshots, all right? So I guess maybe this is fine, and we don't really need to give further instructions. So you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and set this back to Sonnet. And here I'm going to choose probably high this time. And I'm going to go ahead and say execute phase 3 of plan.md. And to be honest, maybe let me go ahead and look at the plan again. For phase 3, we can actually review this project over here. So phase 3 implementation. So build a Next.js project, email, all of this is fine. So the key decision from annotations is that the sender info width, which is fixed at 16 VW. All right. So that basically means here that in Figma, this text or this area is going to be 16 times the viewport width, or 16% of the viewport width, right? So it's considered that. Date formatting, the action bar appears on hover only, overlays the date area, which is fine. The trailing section can have an icon or both, icon button or labels both, right? So we've got the project structure, which is fine. And we can quickly take a look at this as well. So we've got the fonts, which is fine. We've got the playground view, which is also fine. In the email row, we have the email row files. So this is essentially this email row.tsx is going to have the actual code for the email row. Utilities is essentially the logic for the date formatting. And now then we have components. In components, we would have checkbox, tag button, icon button, and then we would also have a list of all the icons over here. And then we can then come down to the spacing token. So then we would have all of this. So I guess this is fine. It's not really terrible. And if you don't understand any of this, this is actually fine. You don't really have to worry too much about this. And so the global tokens will live under the global tokens with CSS properties, which is fine. And component styles use the CSS modules for scope class names is also fine. All values reference tokens. All right. So as you can see here, it says padding with the variable spacing.md. All right. Never hard coded like this, which is great. All right. And then font loading, which is pointing to the user provided mono trust sans file. So we'll obviously add that. And then for we also have a colors raw file, which is for the primitives. All of this is fine. Semantics, spacing. And then we have all our email row properties. So the sender is going to have a text, subject is going to have a text, date is going to be in a date format. It's not a string. It's just going to be a separate date format. And is read, is selected, show count. This is pretty much everything that it got from Figma, which is fine. Hover state is okay. Date formatting is based on this utilities using the annotation rules. This is fine. And playground light and dark theme. This is essentially the playground that we're talking about. Preset demos is replicate 20 plus variations from the Figma variations light screen. So I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know if it's going to create 20 plus variations, but it's going to be interesting to see. And then responsive preview, adjust the width of the test sender to 16 viewport based on behavior. So what this means is when we reduce the size of the viewport, the size of this also reduces. So which is fine. And then execution steps, this is okay. So I guess this is fine. And so we can go ahead and say we can execute this. All right, let's go ahead and run this. All right. So phase 3 is done, but there are a lot of things that we actually have to fix to make things work. So we're going to first look at the entire code files that it's created for us. And there are a couple of atoms and then the email row. And as you can see here, it also automatically opened it on localhost. And localhost is essentially opening up the website on your browser without needing any internet connection, because it's just opening the files that are present in your project folder, right? So that's called localhost. And you can see here, it says that it's live over here. And I just need to add the font files, which I'm going to do that. And then we are ready for phase 4. Now, there are a lot of issues over here. Now, in order to see this better, I've actually opened it up on my browser over here. So we can look at things a little bit more better over here. And now the goal here is to actually find a bunch of issues and give this to AI, because AI is going to make a couple of mistakes over here. Now, before we actually do that, I'm going to open this up in Cursor because I actually want to see the code files. So here I am in Cursor. And I have this file called as the Notion mail components, and everything regarding the mail components are sort of extent are over here. Now we have the font files. I need to add the font files over here. And so the first thing that I'll actually do is I'm going to come over here back to Claude, and I'm going to drop in the font files. So I'm going to drop these font files over here, and I'm going to say, these are all the font files. Can you add it to the folder? All right, I'm going to go ahead and choose Haiku for this one because it's a small task. And we're going to run that and wait for it to finish. And I'm going to allow this project over here. All right, so I went ahead and asked it to update the font files, which it did. And also the filters were not working, so I asked it to fix that. So now we can see here that we have all of these various options. And now we need to actually go ahead and polish a lot of them. Now, this is going to actually take some time. So I'm going to do this on my own, but I'm going to show you how to do this yourself. So the first thing you're going to do is I'm going to come here, click on inspect, and then you can actually see all of this over here. And it's important that you are able to review the code. So you can open this up and you can click here and then click on some of these elements, and then you can pretty much view all of the element details over here, right? So first of all, I'm going to make sure that I choose the topmost one. And you can see here that it has a border radius of 8, which is not really relevant right now. That's totally fine. And technically this border will not exist. Right now it's only there for the sake of showing it over here, but that probably won't be there. Here is our main email row. So we have all our padding set up. We have all of this set up here as well. All of this is fine. Now I know here that the color is incorrect. So if I click on this and click on this piece of text, you can see here that it's using color content tertiary, which is this. But in Figma, it's not that. It's probably something else. It's content secondary, right? So it's made a mistake over here. So that's definitely one thing that we need to fix. So if I come back and click, let's try this again. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The hover state is also to an extent incorrect, all right, because the hover state is probably a bit too strong. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come back over here to Claude, and we're going to ask it to do one more pass at all of this. And then if it still makes some mistakes, I'm going to go ahead and correct the nitty-gritties over here, right? So I'm going to start off by coming over here to Claude, and let's go ahead and just say, I'm going to search for context, and let's see how much has been used up. All right, we're around 19%, so I guess that's fine. Now I actually just realized this is not the total context. I guess this is 19. And if we come back up here again, this is around 38%. So that's already 60%. And I think we also utilize some over here, which is a little bit more. So I think we're already exceeding a lot over here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up a new chat conversation. All right. I'm going to go and choose this, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to set this to Sonnet. And this time I'm probably going to choose it to high. And I'm going to say there are a few UI inconsistencies between what is added in code and what is there in Figma. Can you do another pass again and review each of those variants one by one and fix them? All right. Now, it doesn't look like it can actually access these individual items. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and just probably move this down a little bit. All right. And I'm going to take a copy of all of this, bring that down, and I'm going to create a new section over here. Or let's create like a frame. Maybe a frame is better. All right. And I'm going to increase the size of this and probably choose the same colors, and then move this to the back, and then select all of these items, Command X, and then paste that inside over here. And this is just going to be variants. All right. So I'm going to come over here, copy the link over here and paste that over here. And I'm going to say, I've created a new frame with instances of all the variants, making it easier for you to actually access and view the specs of the email row. All right. Now I can also point out a couple of mistakes that I already see. All right. And in fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to open up Claude and open up the preview as well, which I don't think I can do right now anymore because I guess that was in a previous conversation. But I'm going to come here and say, I see a few issues already, and I'm going to point these out to give you a head start. The color of the date is incorrect. The body copy is truncating very quickly. All right, maybe we can break these down into a list of items. So 1, 2, 3, very early. Maybe that's the better word. Let's see what else we have. And then here in this is fine. So over here, the opacity value is not correct, but we can fix that. Over here in the category, we have work and we should only use the neutral variant, right? So I'm going to come here and say the category tag button should always use the neutral variant, and the rest of the color variants can be used for the labels. All right, so that's fine. And the count, I think this is also incorrect. So I'm going to come here and say a few, the subject, the color of the date is incorrect, as well as is the number count. What else? Let's see what we have. With labels, this is to an extent fine. And you can see here the labels disappear on the hover state. So I'm going to fix that. The labels actually disappear on the hover state, but that should not happen. All right. What else? And the past date, this is fine. Now, another thing that I could also probably do here is I can come back down here to Figma and I can actually take an example over here, probably this, for example. All right. Copy that, paste that over here. All right. And then make it a little bit easier for AI to understand everything. Paste and then paste. And then we also need to turn on the numbers. So I'm going to come here and turn on the count. So this is going to be, let's say 7 and then 7 and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 and 7. All right. And then the description, we're going to probably make this a little bit bigger. So I'm going to copy this and paste that over here. And maybe take a few more. Let's just go ahead and try to get this done properly. All right. And then this one, I'm going to copy this, paste this over here. Just replace everything. Okay. And I'm also going to add some icons over here. So we're going to show the trailing assets. So maybe to labels, trailing assets, maybe with an trailing button. And here I'm going to update this to use the paperclip icon. Paperclip icon, that's fine. And then we're going to choose content secondary. That's okay. And over here as well, maybe just a single label, right? And I can change the variant of this label to be a different color, or maybe we just make this brown, I guess, right? And the same thing over here, we make this yellow, and I'm going to make this green, for example. All right, a couple of examples over here. This is also fine. And I guess this should be enough essentially, right? And so this is fine. I'm going to go ahead and now let me know if you have any questions. If you have any questions, all right? Yeah, I don't know how to move this to another line. Let's see. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. All right, so this is fine. And we're Sonnet high. Let's go ahead and make sure we use a lot of power for this and run this. All right, so it's gone ahead and made a few changes, and it's also taken a couple of screenshots, but it's actually not perfect. It's gone ahead and made a few changes where the category is now neutral colors. It was previously a different color, but this category can only be a neutral color. So it's gone ahead and fixed that. It fixed the date as well, is now secondary. Before it was tertiary, and the subject no longer truncates early. So I think I'll have to find an example for that. And also the labels on hover, the date is just hidden and not the whole container. So if we can quickly take a look at this in the browser, if you see over here, if we start over here, this looks fine, but then here again, it is truncating very quickly. And ideally, we don't really see the background over here. There is something weird going on. And essentially this entire thing needs to take up the entire width over here. And then here you can see that it's not following any of that because the opacity and the color is obviously not correct. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take some time and just point out some of these issues because it's not able to really figure this out, and sort of spoon feed a little bit so that we get it pixel perfect exactly the way we want. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you the final result once that's done. All right, so I spent a good hour trying to polish a lot of the details, and now it's in a state that I'm really happy with. So if I come over here, you can see that now it really matches our design perfectly well, and it can also scale and behave the correct way. So I'll show you a couple of examples. So first of all, I can actually click on these items and now they actually have the correct colors, the correct states, and pretty much everything that I need. So it works really well. Then we have some resizing rules. Now, one of the resizing rules over here was that this actually takes up 16% of the viewport width, which means if the browser width decreases, so is this area. And then we also have this truncation over here, and the logic here was that this actually takes up 3 times the size of this. So if we take the width of this and multiply this by 3, that would be the width of this. And all of this is actually real time. So if I can go ahead and choose inspect element, and over here, if I now, maybe you can pay attention to this part, and maybe I can even show you the code first quickly. So if I click on this, you can see here that the width is actually 16 VW, which is the viewport width. And this area actually shrinks as and when I actually reduce the width. And you can see that that area is actually shrinking. Now, the same thing is happening here as well. As the browser width decreases, this area and this area is essentially a 3:1 ratio. And you can see that actually happening in real time. So 3:1 ratio. So if we take this width and multiply it by 3, we get this. And this is actually the logic that we want. And this is going to help us when we're prototyping. All right. And you can see here that things truncate really well and it's perfect. Now, if I close this up, you can also see we have this hover state where it is exactly sort of clipping where we want it to. Now we can take a look at a couple of other examples. So this one is items that are red but don't have any labels. So because they are red, the notification dot doesn't exist, and then everything else looks exactly as it is. That's totally fine. We have unread with a category. So the category can only have gray color neutral tags over here. So we have that as well. And I think everything else also looks pretty good. We have unread with count. Now here, it actually messed up the logic. So I asked it to fix it. So when we have two messages, we would see the number 2. 3 message, we would see number 3. And when we have 5, we would actually see 1, 2, and finally the last one, the third one in the list. All right. And again, if I come down over here and click on inspect, and if you can pay attention to this part over here, as I shrink, all right, and as it gets closer, you can see here that it starts truncating the text over here. And this essentially, we're trying to maintain the last sender name. So we always want to show that. And that's the rule that we actually want to follow. All right. That's perfect. And then here we have with labels. So you can see here that this one is getting truncated because these actually have a maximum width. We can have 2. We can also have one with an icon button over here. You can see we have this nice hover state as well, and also have hover states as well, right? So we're already, at a pretty good stage of prototyping this if we want, but we obviously need to do a little bit more work. And then here we also have something with the dates, all right? So if any email is in the past, it would show 2024. And right, and here if it is also, obviously we're in 2026, so any date before 2026 would show the year, but then anything else, so this is probably today's time, and here this is April 12 means that this is for the current year of 2026, right? And so all of this is actually proper real logic, right? And this is looking pretty good. So now that this is done, we can now finally go ahead and build a skill that allows us to create these designs and paste that in Figma the way we want. All right. And even dark mode one also works pretty good. I can sort of show you that the dark mode one is also done pretty well. And so no problems here as well. Now, one of the things that I noticed here in dark mode is that this is actually using the wrong color. And actually, a very bright color. It looks fine in light mode, but in dark mode, it's supposed to be a little bit more lighter. Now, I actually went ahead and checked the code, and it was actually a mistake from my side. So I went ahead and in Figma, I updated it. So now this one is actually using the correct color. And what we have here is in the variables, we actually had this token that we are using. So if I click on this, you can see here that we're using this thing called tertiary alternate, and it was actually using the wrong token. And so I created this token called as alpha y20, which is the correct color token that we want. But now our code doesn't actually reflect that. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to come here to Claude code. All right. And I want to come here and say, can you run a parity check between the variables in, or let's say color variables in Figma versus what is implemented in code. Use the Figma parity check tool. All right. And we're going to basically use this tool, which is a part of the Figma Console MCP. So if I come into the documentation of the Figma Console MCP and I come here to the tools reference, you can see here that under design system, we actually have something called as the Figma parity. Not super sure where exactly it is, but it should be here, right? So I guess, yeah. So we have something called as the Figma check design parity, Figma generate component doc. So this is what essentially what we want to do. Compare the Figma specs versus code and implementation. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and then come down here to Claude code and just maybe paste that over here. All right. And I'll come here to Figma, make sure that the Figma desktop bridge plugin is there. So just go to plugin, go to development and choose the desktop bridge plugin. Make sure that it's open, and then I can come here and do that. And now we should be able to find that mistake that I corrected in the variables, but not in code. All right. So you can see here that now it's using this tool called as the Figma check design parity. We're going to go ahead and give it some permissions for it to take a look, and it's looking pretty fine. So it's gone ahead, and as you can see here, it's fetching all the tokens that it's found. That's pretty good. And let's see how it actually does the parity and check how this works. It's going to be pretty fun. All right, so it's here with the summary, and you can see here that it actually it did a parity really well, because this is the exact one that I was talking about, which was tertiary alternate. And in Figma, we have this thing called as the alpha y20, which is the new one that I added. So if I were to quickly show you a recap of that, let me quickly open up the variables. You can see here that I added this alpha y20, which is the new one that I added when I saw the mismatch. But then you can see here in code, it's completely different. All right. And so now the fix is that we have to go ahead and add in the dark theme. We need to go and add that token. All right. Now, I actually don't know if it actually did it. And you can see here, it's asking if we want to make the fix right now. So that's one thing. The second thing is the missing primitive, which was exactly this one. So this is the raw value that's missing. And then we have to then apply this raw value to this content tertiary alt in dark mode. All right. And we also see there's another issue, which is the tag button content neutral. And this seems to be something that's not related to what we were talking about, but we can quickly take a look and sort of look at this and understand. So here it says that the code defines color tag content neutral, so light and dark mode. And I think what this is talking about is essentially this piece of text over here. All right. So this tag button, all right, this is exactly what we're talking about. It's using the tag content neutral. All right. But there is no tag button content neutral variable in Figma collection. So either Figma is missing it or it's an unused token in code. Now we can also go ahead and quickly check the colors over here. So if I come down over here to variables and I can come down to this section, wherever this is being used, which is the secondary alternate. All right. So here, if I break this for a second, we see 9C, 9C, 9A, which is not the same. And then we have this one, D3, 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 which is also not this. So I'm not entirely sure what is going on over here. And so if we were to actually fix this value, let me actually quickly see what this is. So 1D, 1B, 16. All right. So if I come down to the primitives, let's see if we can find that. So I don't even think that sort of exists over here, right? Yeah, 1D, 1B, 16, this is 900, all right? And then F1, which is this one. So we have a 900 and then we have 100. I don't even know where that's being used. All right. So we have content primary and then we have neutral 100. So that's actually the primary. So what I can do here is I'm going to say, for now, let's go ahead and fix finding number 1 and 2. And to be honest, this is also something that we can do in code ourselves. So if I open up cursor, we can actually come down over here, and in the alpha colors, we can add another line. So this is something that we can do ourselves. It's not really rocket science. So in the colors raw section in the tokens, I can add this piece of line myself, which is not really rocket science. And then we also need to find the semantic version of that. And the semantic version of that is probably somewhere else. So over here, of course, the color semantic, we can come down over here. And in the dark mode section, we just need to replace this secondary alternate with the actual token. But now that I see that none of these are actually using the raw tokens, right? We have this raw, but then the semantic ones aren't really using that. And so we're obviously going to have to fix that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make sure we set this to Sonnet 4.6 high, because we're going to need some brain power here. I'm going to say fix finding number 1 and 2. And then also I see that if I tag the file, which is colorsemantic.css, colorsemantic.css is not using the raw variables or tokens, as we call it, from colors raw.css. All right. The semantic colors should not be hard coded. All right. And we can add this over here, and we can also run this out. And then once it replies back, we can actually check for all this tag button, what are all the values that it is currently using, and you can do a quick investigation there as well. All right, so it's gone ahead and fixed everything. And now you can see here that the color is a lot lighter, which is perfect. And you can see here that in dark mode, it's using the tertiary alt, which now has the correct token value, which is white alpha at 20%, which is perfect. It's also taken a screenshot to verify it, and everything looks good. And all the semantic tokens fully de-hard coded and referencing raw variables. So if I come back down here to cursor, you can see that now in our semantic colors, all of them are using our raw tokens, which is from here, which is exactly the way it needs to be. So pretty good. All right. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we're going to go ahead and fix this parity issue. So what I'm going to do here is I can actually come here in the code itself, and in this tag button, this is where our components are. You can see here we already have the various tokens over here. So we have our background, we have our colors and everything over here. So it's actually pointing us out to an issue, which is the tag color neutral, all right, with this content neutral, which is there, but there is no tag button neutral in Figma in the variables collection, right? So in the neutral, I'm actually using the color content secondary alternate, which is fine. And that is also what I am using in Figma. So if I come down to tag content, I actually don't even have that over here. I'm actually using the main content over here. So for the tag buttons, I had like the content section and the surface section, because essentially we have different colors. And I think for this one, I'm just using from the main content, which is why I think I probably ended up removing this one in code, which we don't need. And so now this is actually being unused. So either in Figma it's missing or it's an unused token in code. Now, we can leave this as it is because it's an extra piece of variable that exists, but we're not really using it. And we can actually go ahead and quickly check that out as well. So if I come down over here to our tokens and we come here to our raw variables, hopefully, or maybe semantic variables, you should see here, right? So we have the tag content neutral, right? This is the one that we don't have in Figma. So what I could do here is I could just delete this from here, or we could still keep it. And you can see here is just a warning. So that's totally fine. So we're going to go ahead and leave that as it is and save. And I think everything is pretty good to go. And now we can finally move on to the next phase of this. So we can come over here, and phase 3 is finally done, which is great news. So all that's pretty good. And now we're going to move to phase number 4. Now, before we move to phase number 4, let's quickly take a look at what we actually have. So maybe I'm going to open up cursor and I have this plan over here. Now, in the plan that we created, phase 4 is basically a skill, which is an individual email row, which basically creates a design and adds it to Figma. All right, we're going to create a definition of the skill as to what the skill actually does. We're going to implement the skill logic. All right, and then we are going to wire the code file references into the skill context. So we can ignore all of this. What we need to do here is come down here to the details, and in the step number 4, which should be over here. All right, so it's going to create a skill called as the create email row, and it's going to be triggered when we use the phrase create email row or design an email row. It reads the code files from phase number 3 as context for accurate design generation. And then it uses some tools over here, Figma set text, Figma instance properties, Figma initiate component, and outputs a configured email row instance into the current Figma page, right? Perfect. So now what I also will do is I have a set of instructions over here that I want to execute when it is executing the skill. So I'm going to provide this as well. So let's go ahead and go to Claude. And I'm going to come down over here and create a new conversation. We're going to choose the same folder. And this time I'm going to go ahead and choose probably Opus. And we can go and choose probably a high. That's fine. So now I'm going to say, let's go ahead and start building phase 4. Let's go ahead and update the plan to execute phase 4. All right. So for creating any design and to be pasted into Figma, always use a combination of the official Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP. Evaluate which one is better to use in which situation and use the right MCP. Now, if we compare the Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP over here, you can see that Figma MCP has this one tool called as Use Figma. And this is the name of the tool, which basically does all of these things. So it can resize, rename, create, manage variables, modify auto layout. It can create components and create frames. It can do everything. But the Console MCP has specified dedicated tools for all of this, right? And it's going to use a command called as the Figma execute, which is essentially going to design in Figma. Now, it's difficult for us to actually figure out what to use in what case, and maybe we just let AI make the decision on whether it should use this tool called Figma Use, which is called Use Figma, or use the dedicated tools of the Figma Console MCP. So I'm actually giving that complete freedom for AI over here. Now, I'm also going to come to Figma and make sure we go to dev mode, and we can see here that our MCP is enabled. So this is good to go. Now I can actually go ahead and also copy this entire thing. Maybe it's a little bit easier to do that. Come here to Claude Code, and I'm going to paste that over here, but I guess it pastes in a very weird way. So let's go ahead and actually mention one by one. So I'm going to go ahead and say, always refer to the code component of the email to get the various specs, and then use that specs and to create the design in Figma. All right. Then the next one is include inputs from user if not there. So I'm going to say, always ask the user for additional inputs to gain more context, provide a summary or an understanding, and confirm with the user before implementing in Figma. All right, so we're going to ask it to give us a summary of its understanding, and then we're going to paste that into Figma. All right. Then every time the skill is executed, we create a checklist and update that checklist as and when the steps are created. So this is also going to be a part of the skill. That's fine. And now we can also say include detailed instruction on how to execute each of the steps of that particular skill. All right, so we're going to go ahead and copy this and paste this over here as well. So this is essentially going to be creating a skill, and I'm going to update this to say execute phase 4 of creating a skill. All right, then ensure to ask follow-up questions if unclear. This is fine. I think we already sort of to an extent covered this. And ensure to include a step toward the end that takes a screenshot, reviews it, and makes changes up to 3 times if needed. And then don't create unnecessary files and redundant information. And then set up parameters that allow us to control the variants of the email with realistic data. Now I'm going to do this later on when we come down to the phase 5, because in phase 5, we could have multiple emails that we are creating, and then we could control the various parameters. And I'm going to talk about this when we come to the next phase. But I think for now, this is fine. All right. And I'm actually going to probably go ahead and type here and say, let me know if you have any questions and need additional details. All right. Now, one of the things that I want to do before I actually go ahead and paste in the prompt is that in Figma, I quickly came here and changed this to now take an instance of the master component and customize that instead. Now, before we had decided that we're going to go ahead and make it construct everything from the code, but instead of doing that, we're actually going to go ahead and publish this component that we have in our library. And then once it's published, it will then use that, take an instance of that master component, and then customize it. And the rest of the things will stay as it is. So I'm going to come here and just paste the prompt that I had created. And I'm going to go ahead and just put these out into bullet points so that we can quickly see it. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of what we are going to be doing. All right. So number 6 and number 7 over here. Okay. We actually don't need the last one. That's fine. So we're going to be focusing on phase 4 of the plan, and we're going to go ahead and update the plan in order to create a skill that helps us generate email rows and allows the AI to paste it into Figma. So we're going to take an instance of the master component and customize it when the skill is triggered, and the email row component is going to be published into a library along with all the other variable tokens. And then we're going to mention that we're going to ensure that the skill includes the inputs that it needs from the users and asks any questions if unclear. And then it shows a summary of what will be implemented. And then once the confirmation is taken from the user, it's going to build the component in Figma. And then every time the skill is executed, create a checklist, update that checklist as and when the steps are completed. All right. Then include detailed instructions on how to execute the step, and also use the Figma MCP and the Figma Console MCP. And I'm going to probably say the official Figma MCP, as well as the console MCP with the respective tools depending on the task. Ensure to include a step that takes a screenshot, reviews it, and makes changes up to 3 times if needed. And then don't create unnecessary files and information, right? Now with this, I'm gonna go ahead and run this. All right, so Claude is asking us a couple of questions so we can answer that. So before I rewrite the phase 4, I have a few questions that meaningfully change the plan's shape. So first one, you said that the component is going to be published to library. Is it already published, or should phase 4 include a publish to library step? This affects whether the skill uses the Figma initiate component from the same file or from a team library, or whether it needs to verify the variable tokens as well. So basically, I'm going to come here and just publish this first of all. So if I come here to the email row, and I can open this up and I can just publish this. If I come down here to variables, and actually, I need to come down to the library, I guess. It should be somewhere over here, the library, go to assets. And then over here, I'm going to click on this. And we already have a couple of things published. I'm going to click on publish. And now we're just going to select the email row. This is the only thing that I want to publish. Later on, we'll publish the rest as well. And maybe, to be honest, we could also publish the inbox template together, right? So that, this is to an extent done. All right. So there we go. These two are published, and we probably don't have to publish anything else. Maybe we have to publish some of the other components like the action bar, the action button. Maybe you don't have to publish the icons. We'll see what we want to do with the icons. We'll see if we have to publish the icons as well. And then the filter, the icon button, the nav menu item, the subheader, the tag button, and the section header. So all of these is something that we want to publish. I'm going to go ahead and say publish. So I'm just ignoring all the icons and publishing the rest. I'm going to go ahead and say publish, and this is going to publish it to our library. All right. So now I'm going to come back over here to Claude, and I'm going to answer this question. I'm going to say the email row component as well as all the other atoms have been published to the team library. All right. And I'm also going to say along with all the tokens. Right. Perfect. Then the skill location. Should the skill live at this place or at a project level? So basically what it's asking is that if you see the URL, you can see here it says Claude skills and then Figma create skill. Now, if it saves it over here, this is going to be at a user level, which means no matter what project you have, it's going to create it at a global level. But we could do it under a project level inside the Figma workflows tutorial. So I'm going to come here and say, create the skill under the project, right? So we're going to go ahead and mention that out. That's great. Then number 3 is placement target in Figma. Where should the instance land? At the user's viewpoint center inside a specific frame. The skill creates a scratch frame and user picks pre-run, right? So where do we want to choose? What we can do is we can go with option number A, and we can paste that over here, placement target. All right. And we're going to go ahead and paste that over here. All right. And then we'll go to number 4. All right. Single row or multiple per invocation. Phase 4 is email and phase 5 is groups. Should phase 4 be strictly one row per run, or should allow n rows in one go? And phase 5 adds the section header grouping layer on top. Let phase 4 strictly be one row per run because I want to test if this approach works and make the necessary changes before we move on to making phase 5, which makes multiple rows. All right. Then inputs explicit versus generated. Right. So when the user triggers the skill asks for every field. The skill offers a mock data defaults and only asks the user what he wants to override, and a hybrid where required fields are prompted, optional ones default to mock content. So this is completely left to you depending on what exactly you're trying to build over here. But I'm going to go ahead and say skill offers mock data defaults and asks the user what they want to override. All right. Next. Then number 6 is the component has 8 variants plus instance props. Expose all of them in the skills input step or start with a minimal subset and expand later. Now, I'm not 100% sure what number 6 is, and I'm going to say not sure I understand. Can you elaborate? And I'm going to say once we clarify number 6, only then go ahead and make the changes. All right. And let's go ahead and run this. Hopefully it understands what we're asking for. All right. So in Figma, the email row component has 2 tags of configurable properties, variant properties that make up the component set. And these are distinct, things like theme, state, and red. Changing these means the skill picks a different variant from the set. Instance properties, toggles and overrides can be set on a placed instance. So basically the question is, when the skill asks what do you want to override, should it expose every variant access and every instance property the component supports so that the user can configure anything the component allows in one go? More powerful, but the input step is longer. Start with common ones, theme, red, sent, subject, preview date maybe, and add more fields later once validated flow. Faster to test with phase 4 loop, easier to iterate on. Now, again, I'm not fully sure what it asks, what it means. So I'm going to say, what do you mean by expose? Because when you take an instance of the master component, all the component properties are already going to be a part of that component. All right. And I'm going to run this. And hopefully now we can get an answer and actually understand what it is that it's actually asking. So it says, you're right, I was wording sloppily. All the component properties exist on the instance automatically once you initiate. Nothing to expose in Figma terms. What I actually meant about the skill prompt surface was which properties the skill proactively asks you about during here's the mock data, what do you want to override? X step. Every property is always settable via this Figma set instance properties. The question is which ones the skill surfaces in the conversation. The skill walks you through every variant access and every instance property, offering a mock default for each and letting you override any. Longer confirmation step, nothing hidden. Option B is the skill only prompts about the core subset. The remaining properties stay at whatever the mock data defaults to, but you can still change them in the confirmation step. Shorter loop, faster over here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say the AI can take a decision and come up with a random selection of component properties every single time, unless there are actual specifics provided by the user. So I'm going to let it make the decision and customize it the way it wants, unless there are actual specifics provided by the user. Does this help? All right, so it's actually understood. And it is also going to go ahead. I think it already updated the file, so which is pretty great. So it says it's updated summary of what it wrote, and we can actually go ahead and take a look. Do you want me to go ahead and look at do you want me to go ahead and create the skill file, or would you rather review the plan first? So let's go ahead and actually review the plans. So I'm going to open up cursor, and over here we should have phase 4, all right, which is great. So a one-shot skill that initiates the published library, that initiates the published email row library component into the user's current Figma file, configures it with the mock data plus a random selection of component properties, and verifies the output with a screenshot, right? Exactly one row per run. Multi-row and grouping layouts are in phase 5. So this is fine. So this is where the skill is going to be. And over here, we would have a folder called as skills, and that would happen once the skill is created. Right now, we are just updating the plan that will create the skill for us. All right. And All of this is fine. So every invocation of the skill requires a to-do list with the 11 steps and updates it as each step completes. So step number 1 is it's going to read this file, which is essentially contains the list of properties, then the utilities, and then also the specs only if the visual mapping is unclear, right? Now, ideally, this step is not important because the component is going to have all the paddings and spacings and tokens and everything. So there's no need to actually review the specs over here unless there is something broken. So that's totally fine. Then detect the placement target. So it's going to figure out where to place it. So that's fine. Then generate the mock data. This is also fine. And it has the various rules for dates, as you can see over here. So that's fine. And then summary. And then you can see here, it says, do not touch the Figma before the final confirmation. So once we confirm it, only then will it actually touch Figma and do the actual work. And then it does the work, all right. And it's going to apply the various component properties. That's fine. And then apply other properties as well, I guess. I'm not 100% sure here. Pretty much looks like the same thing, but that's fine. And then it sets the text, screenshots it, reviews it up to 3 times, and then reports it, all right? And then here we have the tool selection rationale. So the official Figma MCP reads high fidelity screenshots during the review loop. It returns richer context and better image quality, right? So probably this makes sense. We're trying to validate, but the Figma Console MCP is better for execution, maybe, but it doesn't matter. We can let it do its thing. Now this is phase 5 and phase 6, which we can ignore for now. So let's come back to Claude Code, and we're going to say, yes, execute phase 4. And we're going to let it do its thing. All right. So it's gone ahead and written everything, which is pretty good. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And let's go and open this up in Cursor. All right. So now if I just close this up and probably refresh this by opening this up again, over here, we should have something, the Claude skills. All right. So we have that over here. It's not here, but it's here, which is totally fine. And here, we have what we call as a skill.md file. Now, every skill needs to be called exactly like this, all right? And the name of the skill is going to be essentially the folder name, but that's also something that we can change because the skill name is going to be over here. So this basically creates exactly one configured email row instance in the current Figma file by initiating the published team library component, applying the mock data plus randomized selection, all right? So it's basically the same thing that we already saw before, all right? And now here is the file context. Now over here, when you are building something for yourself, this file is going to change. Now, right now, I'm only having one file as one example, but ideally this would become your design system component file, all right? And then we also have the email component node set to this, which is fine. All right. And there are some code spec locations. So all the details regarding the specs are in this file called email row. So if I open up the source, come down to components, email row, you can see we have all of this over here. And in the email row, we have basically all the various configurations, and we don't really have to look at all of that. That's fine. All right. All right. Let's go back. Now we have the checklist. Now it's going to read the code spec for the email review. Email row. Now, I'm not sure why it has to read the code spec. What will come to that? Detect the placement target in Figma, where to place it, generate the mock data, present the summary to user and confirmation. All right. Now, ideally, I'm not sure if detecting the placement target in Figma is actually an important step. We could just focus on getting the summary from the user first, confirmation, and then we could detect the placement. All right. Apply the variant properties, instant properties, screenshot, review, and report the node ID, applied properties, and the final screenshot to the user. All right. Now here it's going to read the code spec to actually understand the interface, the default values, variant logic, render structure, and pretty much everything. This is also totally fine. The output of the step is a mental model of every configurational prop, its type, its default, and its visual effect. All right. So this is essentially for it to understand what are all the possibilities that we can customize this email component. All right. Perfect. Then detect the placement. Now I'm going to ask it to actually move this placement target detection a little bit later on because it's not important until we go ahead and confirm to the AI what we actually want. The rest of it is also pretty straightforward, I guess, over here. And all of this is fine. What to create. There we go. Everything pretty good. Now what it is missing is a checklist. All right. It actually has this checklist, which is fine. So we can keep that as it is. All right. So I'm going to come down over here to Claude and I'm going to ask it to do two things. Number one is, can you defer the placement step later on, because there is no point in knowing where to place the design until the user has given confirmation of the requirement. All right. And number two is going to be, ensure that the checklist that you have in the skill.md file is going to be updated by the AI as and when it finishes the steps. All right. And send this off as well. So it's updated the placement. So now we're going to read the spec, mock the data, confirm summary, and then detect the placement. All right. So that makes a lot more sense. And then the to-do list now opens up a list, and every first action is a to-do write, flip to in progress before starting a step, and completed, and never batch or do multiple steps in progress. So if we come here and take a look at cursor, hopefully I think this should have changed, but I don't think it actually changed it, but I'm pretty sure it mentioned this steps over here, right? So this is totally fine. All right, so now we can actually go ahead and trigger this. The skill should immediately call the to-do write, read the source files, and then propose a randomized configuration, and then wait for you before touching Figma. So what we're going to do now is going to go ahead and open up a new session. And over here, I'm going to go ahead and choose the main folder. And this time we can probably choose Sonnet, and we can go with hi. And we are going to say, check Figma status, because first I want to make sure that the Figma Console MCP is connected. So I'm going to come down over here, and maybe let's just, be over here. I'm going to right click, come down to plugins, go to development, and choose the Figma desktop bridge. Actually, not this one. Let's try that again. Plugins, Figma desktop bridge. Okay, we've got this over here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and run the check if the Figma status is connected. Right? And you can see here it's connected to Figma. So perfect, really good. So now we can go ahead and say, create an email row. And I'm going to tag or get the skill, which is the email row. All right. And I believe we're not able to find that skill, or maybe actually I need to type in slash, because I guess slash will get the skills, right? Perfect. So here we have a bunch of my skills, and I'm going to choose this one, which is the Figma create email row. All right. And just to double check, that's the name. It's called the Figma create email row. Figma create email row. Perfect. All right. For assuming that you are a CEO coming back to work on a Monday morning. All right. Now let's go ahead and just run this, and we'll see how this works. And let's see if we have to change the skill or make some changes at any time. So you can see here it's launching the skill called the Figma create email row skill, which is perfect. Now it's going to run its own tool called as the to-do write, which is basically going to create all of the to-dos for us. All right. And then now it's going to go ahead and start reading all the components. So it's doing the first step, which is reading the code spec. So that's why it's opening up this source component, and it's actually reading the email row. It's reading the utilities as it decided, and it's reading all the lines, and it's thinking as well. So we just wait for it and see what happens. Okay. And now it scratched off the first one because I guess it understood everything. And now it's going to generate the mock data and then present a summary to me and get explicit confirmation. All right. So let's see and wait for that. All right. So here's the configuration. So it's going to be a light theme. Status is unread and default, which makes sense, unread, because it's on a Monday morning. And this is going to be an email, a random sender. There's going to be a random subject like a weekly leadership sync. This is going to be the preview date. All right. And then there's going to be a count as well, accumulated over the weekend. So it's actually understanding that maybe there was some conversation over the weekend. The category is hidden, labels, urgent, and Q2, which is nice. And then trailing is a star icon. Now the trailing icon cannot be a star icon because it has to be either a paperclip or a calendar icon, right? And the placement in Figma will be detected automatically right after you confirm current selection, etc. Proceed yes or no. Now, I'm going to go ahead and actually run this, and I'm not going to correct anything over here because this logic of choosing which icon to have, which is if I come over here to Figma, we can either have the, if I find that over here, yeah, either the paperclip icon or the calendar icon. Now, this is a part of the actual skill. So in order for me to correct this, I will do it later on in the skill, but because right now it's actually running the skill and I don't want it to sort of deviate from its task. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes. All right. So you can see here that if I come down to Figma, you can see here that it actually pasted that instance, but it actually pasted it in some random place, and we're going to make sure that it doesn't paste it, on any other area, by mistake. And so for now, let's just but for now, we'll let it do its thing, and we'll fix this later and, point out all these issues. All right. And so it's actually doing a lot of stuff over here. Now, I don't know if all of this is actually needed because this is going to take up a ton of context and tokens. So we'll try to see if we can optimize this to a certain extent at any point in time. But for now, we'll wait for it. All right. It's going to ask us for permissions to change things. So now I think it's going to set the instance property. So we probably just can see this and, make it update things in real time. So hopefully it can do that. So all the Booleans applied, now setting text content. All right. So now it's probably going to change the name over here. All right. Let's take a look. So now when I allow this, it should probably come here and change it. As you can see, it changed everything, which is fine. It probably will change this as well. So let's try this again. Now it's taking a screenshot. All right. So let's see how this looks. So it got a screenshot, which we can barely see anything over here, but that's fine. And let's see what it gets from that, because it still hasn't updated the last two items, the labels over here and the icon. So we'll take a look and see if it can understand anything. All right. So the row is rendering correctly. All right. And need to verify the trailing icon. The label show placeholder, need to set that to urgent and Q2 with correct colors. So starting fix iteration 1. So getting the updated node tree to locate the label instances. All right. So I'm not sure what this means, but it's going to use Figma execute to actually do that. All right. Found two label buttons, setting the label text and checking the tag button colors, but I guess it ran into some issues. The node shifted after the Boolean toggle, so retraversing to get fresh IDs. All right. So let's see if it can actually fix that this time. All right, let's just wait. All right. So you can see here that it added the first one, which is urgent. And I think it has to change the other one and also change the color of this because this can't be gray. All right. All right. So it's taken another screenshot. All right. So you can see here it says the labels live inside a Figma slot node and the Figma renders them, but the plugin API cannot access them. The tag button also exposes a type variant and no text property. This is a known slot mechanism limitation. The label placeholder text is the component's default slot and cannot be overridden programmatically. All right. So the second screenshot shows the progress urgent landed correctly on label 1. All right. Label 2 still shows label. One more fix is needed. Let me find the second label's current accessible text node. All right. So it fixed this one, but it didn't fix the other one. So let's just wait to see if it can actually fix that. All right. So you can see here that it actually finished everything. And there are some issues that it was not able to fix. All right. And we're going to go ahead and understand how we can fix this. All right. Now I'm going to take this out and bring it over here. So everything was actually fine. And you can see here it also made a mistake where it was supposed to show the names of multiple people over here. All right. Because it was 12 people. So it missed out on doing that. This was fine. This is okay. And here it missed out on doing a couple of things. So there are actually quite a few things that we have to fix. So I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to set this to Opus because we're going to need some brain power over here. I'm going to come here and say the first run was partially okay, but there are quite a few issues that we have to fix. Let's make sure we consider this and make the skill a lot more stronger and update the necessary documentation to make sure we don't make these mistakes. All right. Perfect. So the first thing that I'm going to do is the AI ended up placing the instance not in an empty area, but on other frames that were already there in the file. So make sure to place the frame in an empty area. All right. That's going to be the first thing. Then number 2 is you don't always have to use the Figma Console MCP. You can also use the official Figma MCP and use the use Figma skill in order to do things if the Figma Console MCP is not allowing you. For example, updating the components in the slot could be done with the Figma official MCP. All right, that's great. So I'm basically saying that you don't always have to use the Figma Console MCP. You can also use the official Figma MCP and use the Figma skill in order to do things if the Figma Console MCP is not allowing you. All right, that's that. Then number 3 is that the trailing icon button can either be a paperclip icon or a calendar icon. You use the star icon, which is incorrect. This logic should already be available somewhere. If not, add this logic. All right. Then we also have all of this was fine. And over here, all right, in the email instance that you created, even though the count was 12, there was only one name, which was called Rachel Morrison. It needs to follow the logic that we had initially set in code, where we would show 3 names if the count is more than 3. Do you know where this logic lives currently in the project, or do you not know what I'm talking about? All right. Then last one. It looks like a lot of tokens was unnecessarily used and the AI was trying very hard to find information. Is there anything that we can do to reduce and optimize token usage as much as possible and make the system a lot more efficient rather than utilizing a lot of tokens? All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually run this and let's see what we can do over here. All right, so as you can see here, it's back with our findings and we can quickly take a look. So the first thing is the empty area placement. So now it's added a line in the skill, which basically figures out a way to add it in a place where, it's not overlapping anything else. So there's some sort of a logic. Second one is using both the MCPs and the Figma MCP, the official one, as a fallback. All right. So in case there's a problem, then it uses the official Figma MCP. And it's also created this new file called as the feedback Figma MCP strategy. All right. So there's some sort of rule over there. Number 3 is the icon. So it's added the icon. That's fine. Number 4 is senders and count coupling. So this was essentially the problem that we had, where even though it's more than 3 senders, it would show only 1. So now it's basically, you can see here that the first run was ignored, and now the skill.md has a hard rule to follow that, right? So if it is equal to or more than 4, then we essentially flatten then it essentially applies that logic where we show multiple names. Now, finally, coming to the most important one, which is token optimization. This is super important. So added an entire token efficiency rules section in the skill.md with 8 hard rules. So first one is to use presets and not generate mock data. Now I'm okay with this, and I can probably remove this line as a hard rule so that it doesn't really do this. I don't mind if it spends extra tokens trying to generate or think about what text to have. And it's fine if it doesn't really use presets. I'm fine with that. The next one is the get Figma component for development deep once caches the 5 text nodes and never traverses after toggling booleans. So I believe that once we get it, it's going to cache the text node IDs. And this essentially means that it's going to identify all the various text layers that are there, and it's going to sort of store that so that it doesn't have to look for it every single time. All right. Then batch the Boolean write into a single call, which was basically it is applying the Booleans. It does it in one go. Parallelize text writes in a single message. Never retry Figma set text. All right. So every time it was trying to type in a text, it was running an error called as the node does not exist. And this has to be verified by screenshot, all right? And this could have alone saved 5 tool calls in the first run. So it was trying to find that text 5 times and it couldn't do it. And so I guess there was an issue there. Next one is don't run a page-wide find all to find the instance subtree. So in order to find a single component, it was going through the entire file, which is obviously quite useless, all right? And then don't burn the review iterations on the slot limitation, right? So if there is an issue with regard to slots, it shouldn't burn that or utilize the 3 chances we have for iterations, all right? And so basically, it's updated a lot of these files. We can just quickly take a look at this new file that was created. And let me just close this up and let me open this again. I'm not sure exactly where that file is, but we can take a look. So it's not in the skills file. That's fine. It's probably supposed to be somewhere over here in the components, email row, not here as well. But actually, if you see here that it's there in this place called as the memory. All right. And this memory, it seems to be a global thing for Claude code, right? And so maybe we don't really have to access this file for now, and we can leave it as it is. So now I'm going to say, okay, should we do another test run? All right. So yes, that's the right call. The skill now has a lot of new rules. All of that is fine. And want me to kick off another one. And here are a few suggestions, right? A designer reviewing a PR on a Monday afternoon, team lead with 7 different replies, legal team archiving last year's contracts. All right. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go ahead and say, run that skill, which is the Figma create email row. And I'm going to say, create an email about a discussion between designers on making a choice between a few different candidates for a senior product designer role, right? So just going to take an example over here, and we're going to make sure that the plugin is actually connected. So maybe we do that first. So it's connected over here. So instead of this, I'm just going to cut this, and I'm going to say check Figma status and see if this is working. Right, it's connected. So as you can see here, it's connected. So good to go. And now we can go ahead and just run this. All right. So it's given us a summary. So it's going to be an unread default, and we have 3 names, which is nice. So because I said it's going to be a conversation of people, so it's going to assume that there are 5, and it's flattened into 3. And it's also nice. It's included an Indian name. Pretty cool. So subject line is senior product designer, candidate debrief. All right. And then we have this preview. We've got a date. The count is going to be 5. So that's fine. Category is going to be hidden. Labels are going to be none. The icon is also going to be hidden over here. So it's trying to sort of simplify things for itself. The source preset is unread with count. So this is fine. And it looks like now there's some sort of a preset. And the placement in Figma will be resolved automatically after you confirm a free area in the current page computed from existing top level nodes. Place 80 pixels below the lowest existing content. So this is pretty fine. And this is okay. And what I want to do is I'm going to say, this is great, but can you add a trailing icon in an appropriate trailing icon? So let's say an appropriate, or let's say a contextual trailing icon, and a label. All right. And then we run this. All right. So let's take a look at what we got, and then we can see what happened. So it actually pasted it underneath over here, which is actually correct. So it just found an area, which is an empty space, and it pasted that over here. And you can see here, this is exactly how it needs to be. It's gotten the title also pretty well, the description, and it's truncating also really well. And it also got the paperclip icon, but it's not able to fix this slot issue. Now let's take a look at understanding what actually happened behind the scenes, and this will help us understand things a little bit better. So if I go all the way to the top, this is where it actually started. So it got pretty much everything that it needed, and it found a place to paste it. So it found this area, which is minus 870 by 3314, and it figured it out. Then it actually figured out and checked what are all the various texts that are available. Now over here, it did this entire thing, which I feel like is probably an overkill to actually just get the list of all of these 5 text layers. And so what we're going to do here is I'm going to ask it to see, is there something that we can cache and store as a part of the skill.md file? And instead of it always having to identify where these text pieces are, all right? That's going to be the first question that I have, all right? Then the second thing here is that it actually pasted a screenshot. It got most of it correct, but then the labels were showing as label, and this is basically the slot issue that we're having. The trailing icon was also not clear, right? So then it said, let me attempt the slot right with the use Figma official MCP per the skill and verify the icon identity in one shot, right? Now, it used that skill called use Figma, and you can see here it says the official MCP can see the slot children proper instance nodes, which the Figma Console MCP could not, all right? And then it figured out that these are all the variants. All of that is fine. Now here it's inspecting the main tag button component to understand how to set the label and color. Now I don't think it actually has to check the Figma component. I think this could be documented inside as well. So that's one thing that we can say. All right. Next one. It's not able to name those labels. So which is why it's really struggling very hard to get this to work. So that's something that it's really struggling with. And then we get a report and the new screenshot. All of this is fine. And there was also another issue where it was trying to find the paperclip or the calendar icon, but it was actually not published. So what it did is that it actually it said, let me do one last check for any local unpublished components. And so it actually went through the entire file and found 2 components which I had not yet published. So if I come down here to Figma, it was actually searching for it in my component library, but I had not published those components, right? So, basically these 2 icons, it couldn't find it. All right. Then it was able to finally swap it with the paperclip, which is fine. So now you can see it's giving a summary where all of that was done within less than 10 tool calls. And I think we can continue to improve this. All right. And then the extra calls were spent on 2 design system gaps, which is the label, color, and the text, which is essentially the slot issue that we have, and the icon swap. Now, the icon swap we can solve just by publishing. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. So I'm going to come here to our components. Click on this, click here, click on this, click on publish, and we can pretty much publish the entire thing as well, the rest of it. I'm going to go ahead and just publish that. All right. Now, I'm going to come down here to Claude Code and we're going to go ahead and try to make a few changes. First one is I'm going to say, all the icons have now been published to the library, so you can refer to that. All right. Actually, I'm going to stop that, copy this, paste this again, and let's start all the way from the beginning. All right. So let's try to see where we could improve things. All right. So the first thing is this, which is the cached IDs. All right. So I'm going to say, when getting the cached ID for the text, it looks like the AI ran the Figma get component for development deep tool. Now, is this actually needed to be done all the time? Does this actually consume a lot of tokens? Or is this something that we can store inside the skill.md file because the text layers will not move around as we are getting an instance from the main component, right? So I don't really know what is happening, and it looks like there's a lot of things that's doing, and I'm not sure if we actually need something like this. All right. So that's one thing that we want to go ahead and mention. All right. And then this is fine. This is also fine. So here it is just setting the Figma text. All right. Now here, it looks like the Figma official MCP seems to be a better job. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, do you think it's a better idea to always use the official Figma MCP and the use Figma tool with the use Figma skill for most of the execution work in Figma rather than using the Figma Console MCP? All right. So I'm going to ask that one question, and that's also fine. All right. That's also pretty good. And then let's come down over here. Let's try to see if there's anything else that we can do a little bit better. All right. Is there anything we can do to investigate this issue about not being able to rename the labels inside the slot section? All right. That's also one thing that we want to do. And I guess that should be fine. All right. And let's run this. Now, you can see that we have a brand new interface, and that's because while recording, Claude Code suddenly decided to redesign their entire desktop app. So now we have a brand new interface. We've got a lot of new things, and this is also absolutely brand new to me right now because it just changed immediately while I was waiting for it to run this. And so we've got a couple of new things. We've got this context window, which I've always wanted, which is fantastic, to be very honest. We've had this in other tools, and finally, it's nice to see that they're bringing it to the desktop app. So that's good. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have. So the first one is that now the icons are published to the library. So you want to make sure that all your icons are published to the library. All right. And so this is good. Next one is the caching the node IDs in the skill.md instead of requerying. So you can see that it says it's absolutely, yes, that we can absolutely cache them because the instant IDs follow a stable pattern. All right. And we have this master node, and then we have specific titles or text layers for each of that. Now, this is actually great, all right, because this tool that it looked at, which was the Figma get component for development deep call, returned around 11 KB of data, all right, just to discover the IDs which we could have hard coded. So caching this gives us some savings, but the risk is that if the master component gets restructured, the cache becomes useless. And so we probably have to update the skill to use the new cache. All right. So mitigation is it's going to add a one line called as the cache staleness check. All right. To ensure and check if there has been a change or not. Now, coming to the MCP, now it's basically telling us not to use the official MCP by default and only use it as another option. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to come here and say, agree with you on point number 1 and 2. No problems there. All right. The next thing I'm going to do here is I have installed new skills for the official Figma MCP. Can you go ahead and look at those official skills that help the Figma MCP and now take a decision on whether we should still use the Figma Console MCP or the official Figma MCP for all our use cases above. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. All right. Now, before I show you the answer over here, I'm going to show you something that I wanted to check. Now, I actually went to the official documentation and I was looking for this place called as the Figma skills for MCP. Now, these are the list of various skills that the Figma MCP actually gives you. And when you combine the tools that the official MCP gives along with this, things can get a lot better. And initially, I only had a few of these skills. And I essentially gave this entire website to Claude Code and I asked it to go through the entire list of all the skills and it installed the ones that we didn't have. And Figma use is one of the most important skills that is actually there. So if I come down over here to Claude Code and I can actually open up another conversation that I was in, all right? So over here, I actually basically gave it the link to that and I said, do you have all the skills that are mentioned in this post? So it actually only had 4 of this and it did not have these 3, which are also very important. Figma generate design is a very important skill and Figma use is also a very important skill. All right. So basically it went ahead and installed all of that. And you can see here it's added a star because it's got a lot of files, which is around 20 reference files along with 1 skill file, which is like super important, right? And once that these are set up, I then went back and asked it to check whether the new skills are beneficial now. And you can see here now that the verdict is where we switch the defaults. For writing, we use the use Figma tool and the Figma use skill file now wins. 3 specific things that resolve the earlier caveats against it. So the font handling is now documented. So it explains how to exactly handle fonts. And then you can see here that there are a couple of MCP calls that the original Figma Console MCP does, and a single use Figma script can do all of them together. All right. And so we can save a lot of tokens, definitely, because we're going to be doing one call. All right. Now, it also says that the console MCP is also important. So for example, getting screenshots is critical. The Figma Console MCP screenshot capture gives us the real state. So we probably don't have to change anything. All right. And so now the new execution model for the skill. Reads are essentially going to be the console MCP, which is anytime we're collecting information. Writing is going to be use Figma, which is for creating things. And the library search, which is when we need to check from a component library. It could be either of these two, both of them work, right? So now the tool calls drop from 12 to 5 to 6, and it handles the slot label, the nested icon swap cases natively rather than no limitations. And this is super important. And you can see here it says that we have been addressing the slot children by the virtual IDs, which fails. We never try to find one traversal from the stable parent slot. So apparently there's a different approach on how we can identify this, right? So now we're going to let the Figma use tool use these skills that come along with the Figma MCP, and then it's going to save us a lot of time and tokens. So the suggested sequence is the next run. We restructure steps 5 and 8 to use the use Figma script. And then we run the find one slot skill to update the slots. All right. So do you want me to rewrite the skill with this new model and run it once to validate? So I'm going to go ahead and say just update the skill for now. I will run the skill later in a different context window, right? And you can also see that we're almost, towards the extent we are used up 70% of that. And you can also now finally actually see what is actually being used up over here. And this is actually a very good way to actually understand what is actually taking up this context. All right. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and hit return. All right. So it's gone ahead and updated everything for us, and we are good to go. And essentially, you can see here that it is caching some information so that it doesn't have to trigger this tool every time to get information about the component from Figma. Then it is compressed some steps by using one single skill called as Use Figma, which is going to do a lot of the work. Then for screenshots, we're going to use the Figma Console MCP itself. Right. And for slot label, apparently there is an experiment that's baked in, and we're going to see how that works. Icon discovery is going to happen through the search design system tool, because now the icons are published, and the Figma use skill, all right, is going to be listed as a prerequisite for the use Figma call. All right. So every time we use the tool called as use Figma, we need to pull up this skill, and then we need to execute that. Now, obviously, we don't have to do anything. It's going to do that automatically. And so what we're going to do now is go ahead and create a new conversation, new session over here. And now we have this very nice overview as well, and also the usage of our models on a daily basis, which is actually very interesting. But anyway, let's go ahead and click on this, which is going to allow us to choose our specific file. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to trigger that skill, which is the Figma email row skill. All right. And I'm going to say, create a single email for a use case where a HR comes back to the office on Monday and is in the middle of compensation review cycles. Right. And let's say we're going to say yearly compensation review cycles. And we're going to go ahead and this time let's try to choose Opus, just to make sure that we get it right. Because once we make sure that this skill works perfectly, then we can choose a little bit of a smaller model, which would be Sonnet, right? So let's go ahead and run this. All right, so it's giving us a configuration which we can review. So there's going to be 3 senders, so that's 3 is fine. Subject regarding engineering, organization, compensation ratings, need final sign off before Friday. And there is a preview, and there is a date, there's a count. Right now, all of this is fine. Now, because we want to test, I'm going to say, can you add a category, a label, and a contextual sensible trailing icon button as well to the email, right? I'm going to go ahead and run this. All right, so let's take a look at the generation, and it actually finally got it right. So it added the neutral category, which is correct. We have 3 people. We have the number 3, which is perfect. Then it added the subject line, the description, all of that is fine. And it also finally figured out the slot issue, and it updated the text as well and also used the right icon. So this looks exactly like how a designer would design it. So now that this is done, we can then finally move on to the next step, which is about combining the phase 4 and actually phase 5 and phase 6. So I'm going to go ahead and for phase 4, I'm just going to mark that as completed. And we can design phase 5 and phase 6. Now, I might actually combine these two, because phase 5 is about creating an entire stack of tables, and phase 6 is about using that template that we have to fill in the emails. So what we're going to do now, you're going to come over here and take a look at this. And now essentially what it needs to do is it actually has to now build these 2 elements as well. So it needs to build this navigation bar, and it needs to build this top filter bar. And then once it builds the filter bar, then we can add the slots here. Now, one of the things that we can actually do is, in order to save time, I'm going to come here and update the plan to do something very interesting. So phase 5 is going to be this one, all right? Update the email row design skill to create an entire table. Actually, we're going to take this, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste that over here. So we're now going to update this entire thing to create an entire screen and fill the emails inside, all right? That's one thing. Now, because we're going to be asking AI to actually take this template, make a duplicate, it doesn't have to actually code any of this. This will be needed when we want to prototype it. So what we're going to do now is phase 6 will be build the rest of the template, which includes the side panel and the filters bar in code so that we can use it to prototype workflows. All right. So phase 6 is about building those components in code so that we can then prototype. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start off with phase 5. Now, before we do that, we need to actually go ahead and explain to it the various section headers that we have and how it all fits together. Now, ideally, the section header and the list items, they sort of go together. So if I were to show you a quick example of how we would do this, let me just make a copy of this. I'm going to get the email. All right. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And I'm going to paste that over here. All right. We can actually just place it inside the slot. Okay. And we can set this width to be fill container. And we can delete this. We don't need this. And I'm going to make a couple of copies over here. All right. And then we can also take this section header and I'm going to take that. I'm going to drop this one also inside. All right. Let's try that again. Take the slot, drop that inside, and then we can take some of this and then paste this as well. Right. So ideally, this is how the email would look, where we have this divider, this title, which is going to separate. And then we have the rest of the emails over here. Now, one of the things that we want to do here is we want to have this logic where we will have yesterday, last 7 days, and here I'm going to say last 30 days. And then I am going to actually, we can move this down. Instead of March, that's going to be the previous month, I guess. So we're going to do the last 30 days and then whatever month comes before that. Now, this doesn't really matter that much because at the end of the day, anybody can sort of to an extent override this. So it's not really rocket science here. So I'm going to come here and set this to March. All right. So with this, you can see here, I'm going to add the annotation here as well. So this is going to be last 30 days and anything before the last 7 days, or we can say before the last 30 days, all right, whatever month comes after that. All right, amazing. So now we're going to go ahead and prompt AI for this. So I'm going to open up Claude Code and I'm going to be using Opus 4.6 to go to plan mode. So I'm going to go here, set to plan mode. All right, let's move on to the next phase. This time, let's combine phase 4 and 5, where we need to update the skill to create an email row to include additional things. All right. Now, just to double check, I'm going to check if this is phase 4 or 5, actually phase 5 and 6. So I'm going to come here and update this to phase 5 and 6, phase 5 and phase 6, right? The skill can either allow the user to create a single email row, or it can use a template which has a sidebar navigation, a top filter bar, and a slot section, which can be used to fill in multiple rows of emails along with an email section header. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make sure that everything is published to the library. So I'm going to come down over here to assets, click on the library button, click on publish, and there's nothing to publish. So we are good to go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come here and click on this, and I'm going to say, here you can find the section header which separates email groups. All right. And then I'm going to come over here, click on this email template, copy that. And then I'm going to say, this is the email template that you can use, which has the slot to fill in the emails. All right. And I'm going to paste that over here. So now it knows this. Now, I'm also going to say here for the section header that there are some annotations, so you can check that out. So I'm going to come here and say, for the section header, there are annotations attached that you can read to understand when to use these section headers and how to separate email groups. All right. And this is fine. Everything is looking pretty good. And now I'm going to come here and say, there is no need to code the entire inbox screen template in code as of now, because all you need to do is make an instance of the inbox template that is published in the library and add in the emails and the section header inside the slot component provided. All right. Now I'm also going to come here and just add to this one piece of line. All right. And add a piece of text here that says the section header and the inbox template have been published to the library already. All right. And I'm going to come here and say the email inbox template and section header. Are we calling it the section header? Yeah, we're calling it a section header. So that is totally fine. And there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure we're in plan mode. And let's say, let me know if you have any questions and need additional clarification. All right. Now, before I go ahead and run it, I'm going to open up the plugins, go to development and choose the Figma desktop bridge so that it's running. And I'm going to go ahead and run this now. All right. So we finally have some questions. So let's go ahead and take a look. So how should the skill decide whether to build a single row or a full inbox template? All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say auto detect from the trigger phase, which is, for example, phrases like create an email row, or create phases like create inbox, create full inbox, create an inbox with groups, etc. Right. So it's going to auto detect it depending on what the requirement is. So we're going to go ahead and do that. In mode B, how should the group structure? Headers plus row counts be decided, right? So follow the annotations rules where, for example, use the date-based rule from the section header, which is today, yesterday, last 7 days, last 30 days, month. Pick 2 groups per run, randomize 2 to 5 rows per group, and derive a header text from the annotation, right? So this is fine, all right? Then in mode B, how should each row's content be chosen? So from presets, all right, for each group, pick presets from email row templates, tailor details to match the user groups, etc. Other properties can still say randomize. This is fine. Pick random presets without catering to the date coherence. This is also fine. I'm going to go with the first one over here. All right. When mode B runs and an inbox template instance already exists on the page, what should the skill do? We'll say always add a new one. All right. So that's fine. All right. So we can now see that the plan has been created. We can go ahead and move this over to the side and we can read what is going on over here. Now, I don't know if I can actually increase the size of this. Looks like I can. So I'm going to go ahead and just do that slightly. All right. So the plan is to extend this skill where the phase 5 and phase 6 of this plan over here, which is today that skill supports exactly one behavior is to drop a single configured email row. And we're going to extend that so that it can also create a published inbox template component and fill the slot region with the section header, instances, and multiple email row and components, right? So we've got a couple of user decisions that we already answered. This is fine. It actually has the node. The inner text has a single piece of text called as the title. Then there is no component property, which is great. Then we have the fonts. We have the size, all right? And right now here you can see that it's fixed, but we are going to test it out and see if we want to set it to fill, if it does not set it to fill automatically. All right. All of this is fine. Grouping annotations is copy variants don't show for today, email, all of that, right? So today rows render without a header. Yesterday, last 7 days, last 30 days are literally literal headers. Anything older uses the full month as example March or February, all right? Now the inbox template, we have those specific details as well. We've got the slot region, all right? It's a single vertical auto layout, which is perfect. Empty by default, so no clear step needed, all right? Now it's going to affect all of these files. We can ignore all of that. And there's going to be an implementation system and it's basically going to figure out how to implement all of this. Nothing for us to do. We also have this checklist now. Now for mode A, we have this, which is the initial one, which was basically the single row. There are unchanged items. We keep it as it is. And for mode B, which is the new one, where we're going to create this template, we're going to have new checklist items. So read the presets and code spec, build the plan, group split, row counts per group theme, resolve each row's presets, present inbox plan to user and get explicit confirmation. So this is fine. Then we place it. Then it's going to place it in Figma and it's going to build it in Figma, screenshot it, review it. Here we have a hard cap of 5 iterations. I want to reduce that hard cap to 3 iterations. All right. And I'm going to just come over here and say reduce hard cap to 3 iterations. All right. and it's going to add that to the plan, which is a very nice feature. All right. Then update the cache library keys in skill.md if newly resolved. All of this is fine. All right, this is also good. These are the various steps for each step of this checklist. We don't have to really look into this. We can, all of this is, pretty fine. There's a lot of logic over here, and looks pretty good over here. No problems over here. Verification plan. All of this is fine. Stress test, how to run, whatever, all of this is fine, right? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just say revise over here. All right. So now you can see that it's edited. It should be reduced over here. So we should be able to find it somewhere, wherever that thing was. All right. Let me just open this up. That was in the checklist, I believe, right? So let's go back to the checklist. All right. And over here, yeah, now it says hard cap 3 iterations, right? Now we can go ahead and execute this plan. So I'm going to go ahead and say, accept, allow edits. Now we're already at 55%. Now I guess this is okay. Ideally, I could have started in a new conversation, but I think this is fine. And I don't know if it's actually starting the implementation. Okay, you can see here it started the implementation. Now, while this is going on, I want to give you a bit of context of what actually happened behind the scenes, because a lot of interesting things. So when I gave these instructions, it actually created a sub agent, and that sub agent is using Haiku 4.5. All right. Now, what it basically did is that it was inspecting the header and the inbox template. Now, because this is such a very small task, it doesn't require, you don't need a super high model. And so it ran a sub agent to do this automatically. And if you click on this, you can actually see that this is the prompt that was given by the main agent to Haiku. And when I see show more, you can see that there is so much context. This is an actual prompt that was given by the parent agent to the sub agent to do the job. And you can see here it says, report back in under 500 words of structured bulleted content, include any raw IDs verbatim. Those are most the valuable input, right? And you can see here it says, do not attempt to write in Figma, read only, do not propose the overall plan, just report the facts above, right? And you can also see this is how they work, right? Next. Then it's going to run an agent. Now this is using Opus 4.6. because it needed a little bit more brain power, and it's using the design skill extension. And here it's extending the plan. So here you are designing the Claude Code skill upgrade, all right? Produce an implementation plan. I need step-by-step execution. Do not write code or edit files. Return the plan as a structured present, okay? You can also see here that there is so much context that the parent agent gave to the sub agent, all right? Now, both the parent agent and the sub agent can also have the same AI model being run, but it's just that these sub agents have their own context window, right? So they are focused on completely one single task, all right? And now we're going to let it do its thing. I'll be back when it's done. All right. So now it's gone ahead and updated it. Now what we can do is run it. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up a new conversation. And over here, I'm going to probably choose Sonnet over here for hi. I think that's fine. So I'm going to go ahead and say, execute, all right, Figma email row skill. And I think sometimes this issue happens where we can't really trigger these skills. So Figma email, yeah, okay, we got it over here. So there we go, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this and say, create an inbox where the user is a senior product designer at a fintech company. All right, and maybe I'm just going to give it this much, at a fast-paced, high-growth fintech company. All right, so maybe we give it something very vague, and we're going to go ahead and run this. All right, so it's gone ahead and created it. So let's take a look in Figma and see how that looks. Okay, so this is what we have, and you can see here it's an instance, and it's actually done a pretty great job. So it's a design review, payment onboarding flow, feedback needed. This is fine. And there are some small inconsistencies over here, and that's because of my component. I think there was an issue when I was building it. So, we can ignore this for now. Not important because it's just using an actual instance. So if you see here, this is an actual instance. If I go to the file, you can see here it's actually using an instance, and then, and then everything is working as it should. It looks pretty good. All right. It did miss only one icon over here, but I guess that's okay. We can do it an exception, but it was able to figure out every single thing. It even added the section headings correctly. So yesterday, last 7 days, and then it added March. So this is fine. And I think this looks pretty good, right? So if you're creating emails and you want to quickly mock up designs, well, this is something that you can do to quickly do them. Now, one of the things that I also did was that once it prompted, I basically went and asked it, do you think, is there anything we can do to improve the skill execution, make it faster, reduce mistakes, and or reduce token optimization? All right. Now, you can see here it did quite a few screenshots and it was running around multiple times over here, because you can see that it used this tool around 5 times, which actually wasn't needed. And so it found out a couple of things that it could fix. All right. So now you can see here that instead of running 10 trips, it's going to go to Figma 2 times, all right? And it's going to have 30% less token consumption. And I asked it to basically implement all of the steps, and it was pretty much done. So the next time we run this again, it should be a lot faster. All right. So now that this is done, we can go ahead and mark this as completed. So phase 5 is officially done, which is great. Now we're going to move on to phase 6, where we're going to build the rest of the template, which includes the side panel, the filters bar in code, so that we can reuse it to prototype workflows. So here's what we're going to go ahead and do. Now I'm going to go ahead to Claude Code, and I'm going to open up a new conversation. And over here, I'm going to go ahead and choose Opus here again, set this to high, and I'm going to say this. Let's move on to build the next phase. And in this phase, what I want you to do is I want you to take the template file and build that in code. That template file is going to have the sidebar navigation and the filters. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and give it the design of the template over here. So I can actually delete this one. We don't need this. And then I can copy this, Command L to copy. And I'm going to come here and paste it over here. The goal of doing this is so that we can upload all of this to GitHub, and other designers can make branches from this and create interactive prototypes on their own branches. All right. And we're going to go ahead and make a plan. Okay. Let me know if you have any questions. All right. So we've got some questions. So let's go ahead and answer that. So it says the Figma slot template is empty. What should we render inside it as the default content? So the plain email list, render a clean list of email rows directly, remove 6 preset dropdowns from the playground, cleanness match to Figma, least noise for designers branching, and an email list plus dev only preset picker, plain list by default, keep the preset switcher behind a flag and a small dev button in the sidebar footer. You keep both production view and the playground tooling, all right? And keep the email preview as it is, right? So I'm not exactly sure what it means. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I do not understand the options. Can you elaborate? All right. Now I have a feeling that it is actually trying to combine it with the skill where we create those list of emails in Figma, because I ideally want this to be quite separate. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and ask it to explain the options over here. And then I'll say next. The existing sidebar theme from phase 3 lives at the top of the page. Where should it go now that the template has its own top bar? So I'm going to ask it to do like a keyboard shortcut. So bind to a key like T to toggle. 0 visual footprint matches Figma exactly, and designers discovered via tooltip or a README note. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a shortcut over here. The user profile shows a small avatar circle. How should it be rendered? So here we can say a static gradient, no image, matches the Figma visually, a pink magenta blob, no files to manage. So this is fine. And we let it do its thing. Okay, I get what it's trying to ask. So it's saying we built this playground where we have those 6 filters on the top, which is unread emails, read emails, emails with labels, basically a showcase for the email row component. Now that the template has its own header, filter bar, we need to decide what actually fills the content below the filters. The question is, keep the dropdown visible, hide it, or drop it entirely. What I'm going to say here is the email playground that you created does not have anything to do with this. Build a new page specifically for the current task and leave the email row preview playground as it is. Is this something that we can do, and is it a good approach? And I'm going to go ahead and run this. Okay, so now we have the plan. Let's go ahead and quickly take a look. So we're now going to be creating the inbox template in code. All right. So phase 1 and 3 delivered the Notion email row component plus an interactive preset playground. Phase 4 adds a separate standalone page that translates the Figma inbox template into code and a top section wrapping the head authored inbox style email list. That's fine. So why a new route instead of replacing with a slash command? So now it's going to go ahead and have this new URL, which is /inbox, which is a clean starting point for designers, which they will fork from. And no preset selector noise and no state leaking into the row demo. So there's going to be like a separate thing. Once pushed to GitHub, branches can build interactive prototypes, active navigation routing, filter dropdowns, detailed pane menus, composition workflows on top of the inbox without the playgrounds presets getting in the way. So this is totally fine. Then it has the Figma source, the template structure, all of this is fine. There's a nav menu spec. So it's obviously going to have to build all of this. There are tokens that are there. So it's going to have to build all of these components. And all the decisions were also considered. All of this is fine. And there's some code over here. We can ignore this. And critical files to read. That's okay. Implementation steps. All of this is okay. So let's quickly take a look. So it's going to inspect all of that. That's fine. It's going to add the icons, adding spacing, add spacing tokens if needed, add the atoms. All of this is okay. All right. And then we'll obviously preview it. And there are a couple of things that are out of phase 4, but we can ignore this for now. So let's go ahead and just accept and allow edits and let it build it. And then once that's done, we can review it and then make any changes if needed. All right. So as you can see over here, it actually built everything. And this looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and just actually copy this entire thing. And maybe actually go to my browser over here and come here to the browser actually. And I'm going to go ahead and type in this and I type in inbox. All right. And now you can actually see that we have this interactive website exactly how we want it. And it looks very similar to the design as well. If I could show you a version of that over here that it made, it looks very similar to what we have over here. It pretty much got everything right. I think there are a couple of tiny mistakes here and there that I can see. I think the icon here is a little bit off. But apart from that, everything else looks really good over here, right? And of course, these are interactive and they work exactly how they should, but they don't have respective URLs. So this is just like a fake prototype. But you can see here, all of this really works perfectly fine. All right. And I can also right click and choose inspect element. And then I can reduce the size of this and you can see things would, rescale as it should. And this one, if you remember, is supposed to take 16% viewport width. And that's actually doing that now. And we have this here, we have these labels also moving. So this is actually looking pretty good, right? And one thing that I want to do here is when I'm hovering on a item, I just want to see the checkbox for that item and I don't want to see it always, right? So if I click on this, you can also see that we have like a click state and I can click multiple times. And of course, I haven't really set up the interactions for what would happen over here, but I think this is looking pretty good already. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and come to Claude Code. I'm going to say, this is great. All right. I need you to make one small change. Show the checkbox icon only on hovering a email row, right? And I'm going to go ahead and run that. Now we're already out of context over here. So I'm going to quickly change this to Sonnet and probably set this to low effort because we don't really need so much brain power. And we're going to do this and hopefully that reflects here as well. So the checkbox icon would appear only when I hover on an email row. All right, so it's done it. And now you can see here that the check mark appears only if I hover on a row, and this works perfectly fine. So this is looking pretty good. And if we check here on the main browser as well, we have it over here. And this is incredible. This is pretty amazing. All right. Now, of course, the goal here is to sit down and actually build this entire prototype yourself so that you have like a starting point of how a real product looks like. And then you can start creating branches of that. And then from these branches, you can then start updating and making changes to the prototype as the way you want. All right. So let's go ahead and upload this to GitHub so that we can then branch from there. Now, one of the things that we need to do before we start uploading things to GitHub is to make sure that our project file has everything it needs so that when somebody else downloads it, they shouldn't get into any problems. So one of the things that I've done here is I've created two new folders called as .agents and .cursor. Now what this basically means is that if I open up Claude, we basically have the skills file. And we want the same skills file in .cursor and inside .agents as well. Now why do we need to do this? The reason is because if your team members or anybody else is actually using different IDEs like Cursor, Claude Core, Codex, or Anti-Gravity, those tools should still be able to identify these skills. So here I'm in the Claude Core documentation, and if I come down to the skills section, all right, you can see here it says, where do these skills actually live? So we have multiple places where we can do this. Now, enterprise, we're going to ignore. Personal is what we are working on. So for example, you can see here that it says .claude/skills, all right? And then you have the skill name and then the skill.md, right? Now, what this means is that this folder has to be called .claude. And if it's inside a project, this is actually personal, which means it's for all projects, and this is project, which means it is individual for your project, all right? And so if somebody needs to use a skill that was created in another tool like Cursor or Codex, there has to be another folder called as .claude for Claude Code to actually recognize that. Now, this is Cursor. Now, if I come down to Cursor, it says we can store them in two locations, and we could either call it .agents/skills or .cursor.skills. Now, it also says here, for compatibility, Cursor also loads skills from the Claude Code and the Codex directories. So even though we have created a project inside Claude Code, those skills will be recognized by Cursor. And similarly, for Codex, we would have a .codex/skills. But if you created something in Cursor, Claude Code would not be able to recognize that, because Claude Code can only recognize it if it is in the .claude file. Now, moving on to Codex. Now, with Codex, you can see here that we have, again, pretty much the same thing. So you can see it says for repository, the Codex scans .agents.skill in every directory you're working on and use that. And if you have to take a look at anti-gravity, anti-gravity also follows the agent skills. So you can see here it says .agents/skills, and this is essentially the skill folder. So in order to make sure that nobody runs into any problems when they download the project, what I've done here is I've basically taken this folder called skills and just duplicated it into .agents and duplicated it into .cursor. That's about it, right? That's the first thing that I've done. Now, the second thing that I've done is that I've actually removed the plan folder that we had, and I also brought in this skills from this file. So before the skills were over here, I brought that from there and I brought it over here because this folder is where all of our code is. So it makes sense for the skills also to be inside this folder, which technically means that we don't really need any of this. And all we can do is we can directly open this project in any tool of our choice and start using. We don't need to open Figma workflows tutorial. We probably have to open Notion mail components. That's the second thing. Now, the third thing is Agents.md and Claude.md. Now, what these two files are, these are essentially files that the AI agent is going to read in the beginning of every single conversation. And it's going to have certain important information that sort of gives context for every task that it tries to do. Now, for example, one of the things that you see here is that if I go to Markdown file, or maybe in the preview file itself, it has a couple of details of what this project is about, some commands, some code architecture. And the thing is that we don't really have to sort of know any of this. If you do, that's great. If not, that's also totally fine. Now, we also have this thing called as the Claude.md. Now, if you see over here, Claude.md and Agents.md are pretty much the same thing. It's just that Claude will read Claude.md and the other IDEs like Anti-Gravity, Cursor, and Codex are going to read Agents.md. That's just how they work. And when Claude is actually reading Claude.md, it's going to see that there is this folder called as Agents.md. So Claude is going to open this folder, read this, and see that it's actually called Agents.md, and then it's going to find Agents.md and read all of that. Now, the benefit of doing this is that all we have to do in the future is just keep updating Agents.md, right? Or else if we have the same duplicate over here in Claude.md, we're basically going to have a case where, it might be outdated information in either of these files. So in order to keep things simple and to sort of link them, we basically say Agents.md, and in Agents.md, we have all of the details over here. And then in Claude.md, we just tag it over here. Now, how do you actually create these files? The answer to that is actually very simple. Now, if I come here to Claude Code, what you can do here, you can type in / and type in init. This basically says that it will initialize a new claudecode.md file with the code base documentation. So what I did was I went ahead and ran that, and then it updated the claude.md file. And then I copied all of that, pasted that in the agents.md file. And then in the claude.md file, I just added this piece of text, which refers to the agents.md file. That's about it. It's as simple as that. Now, that's how you want to go ahead and set everything up before you go ahead and start publishing things to GitHub. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is how the folder structure works inside of Next.js. Now, what we can do over here is that you can see here that when you use Next.js, the way the files are structured is actually super nice and super interesting. So for example, over here, you can see that when we have to design a particular screen, each screen is a particular folder. So if I come down here to cursor and I open this up, and if I come down to the source and the app, you can see here that for every page, we have a particular folder. So the inbox, which would be /inbox, all right, whatever the website is, /inbox would be over here, all right? And if we have a settings page, that's going to be another folder, and promotion is going to be another folder. And inside inbox, you could have another folder, which would be basically, for example, inbox / something else, right? And so depending on your URL, the folder structure is also going to fit in very nicely. So it becomes very easy for you to build your entire website, all right? So that's how this is going to work. Now, in order to test this, let's go ahead and go to Claude Code. I'm going to open up a new conversation. All right. And I'm going to choose Sonnet. Maybe we just set low because we don't need too much brain power. So I'm going to come here and say, I want to create a new page for the promotions tab. Can you create a promotions tab and also pre-fill it with mock emails that are contextual to promotions? So let's go ahead and run this. All right. So as you can see, it created this promotions tab. Now, if I click on inbox, you can see it should open up the inbox, but I guess this is not working. So we need to fix that tiny issue. But before that, let's come back over here to cursor and see how this looks. So now you can see that we have this tab called as promotions, and everything regarding promotions is going to be there. And this is how all of this is actually going to work. Now, I'm also going to open this up in my browser to make sure that everything is working fine. Now, I'm going to go ahead and also check this on my browser. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this entire thing. All right. And now, as you can see over here, I'm in the promotions tab. And now this is how it looks. When I click on inbox, now it doesn't change. But if I come here to the URL and set this to inbox, then you can see that it changes. So we essentially need to tie it up. So I'm going to come here and go to Claude Code. And I am going to say, when I click on the sidebar navigation, inbox should take me to the inbox page, promotion should take me to the promotions page, all right? And I'm going to go ahead and run this as well. There's going to be a small fix. It's just going to add a link between them. Now, you can see here that when I click on this, it takes me to the promotions tab, and here it takes me to the inbox tab. Now, there's a small issue where that this is now hugging, and so we need to make sure that the inbox and promotion tabs are essentially taking up the full width. So I can just take a screenshot of this very quickly. Come over here and I can say that, paste that over here. As you can see, the inbox and promotion tabs are not taking up the entire width of the sidebar. They are hugging, but they should not hug. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and run this as well. All right. So now you can see here, it's moved it towards the end. And this is how it works. And this is how you actually build out your prototype and give designers essentially a starting point. All right. All right. Now this is done. We can finally upload this to GitHub. Now, what you want to do here is you want to come here to GitHub. Now, I actually have a video on my channel all about GitHub. It's an extremely important concept to know if you're actually building things with AI. Now, GitHub can be an extremely complicated thing, but it's actually really simple. And that's what I've done in this video. In this hour-long video, I've completely broken it down into small pieces and tried to explain it in very simple ways. So I highly recommend that you check out that video if you don't know how GitHub works, or you want a much better solid understanding, or even if you haven't watched that video. Now, this is my personal GitHub, but what you want to do is you want to get access to your company's GitHub repo. And there, they're going to have all your various apps and projects. And so I just have a couple of ones over here. I'm going to go ahead and click on new. All right. And this is basically creating a brand new repository. And now, essentially, this is where designers and engineers and PMs are going to download the project that we have been working on so far. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and call this as AI Design Workflows. All right. Now you can call this really whatever you want. All right. It doesn't really matter. All right. And then we can add a description if you want. You can do this. You can leave this. Now here we have choose visibility. Now, when you're working on a personal project, you have only two options, which is public or private. When you say public, anybody on the internet can download this. But when you say private, only you can access it and nobody else in the world can access it. Now, when you're working in your company's repository, you would have an option so that only people within your company can actually see it. So you want to turn that on. Now, because I want all of you to have access to this to check out the files, I'm actually going to go ahead and set this to public so that anybody can actually see it. All right. And I'm actually going to go ahead and call this demo as well so that we can have AI workflows demo. All right. Now we can ignore this. We can ignore this and we can set no license as well because, you're not really selling anything. So that's fine. And then we'll go ahead and say create repository. All right. Now, once this is done, it basically creates this super empty folder for you, all right? And this is where your entire code lives. Now, what you want to do here, you want to come over here and click on this link. This is essentially the URL for this particular project. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this, right? And then come down to Claude, and I'm going to say, can you publish the entire project to this GitHub repository? Now, this is going to take all those files and then upload it on GitHub. All right. So now you can see here that it also checked if there's any sensitive data and everything was fine and it committed pretty much everything. All right. Now you can see here that it skipped this section called as node modules, which is essentially this part over here. And the reason we don't need it is because anybody else using this project will have to install this by themselves, which is something that we can talk about later on how they will do this. But for now, we can ignore this, right? So now if I come here to GitHub and I press Command R to refresh the web page, you can see here that now all of this is completely done over here. All right. And you can see that we have all the fonts, we have all the files over here. If you click on source, you can pretty much see everything that we need. And this is how all of this works. All right. Perfect. So now, how are people going to download this? Now, what they're going to do here is they're going to come here to code and they can click on this link, right? And then they can just give this to Claude or Cursor or whatever, and then ask to download all of this project file. Now, that's one way. The second way to do here is just to click on download zip and it's going to download this entire project for you. And that's about it. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Now, before we talk about how other people are going to use this, let's talk about how you would do this, because when you are going to update certain things, how would you actually do it? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come down to Claude Code. And what I'll do here is I want to create another tab for socials. Now, what's going to happen here is that if I, for example, come here and create a new session, I'm going to come here and say, can you create a new GitHub branch for this project? And in that branch, can you go ahead and create another page for the socials tab and add relevant emails for the socials tab, considering how it would look for a senior product designer, and then also make sure that the navigations are linked. All right. So, and I'm also probably going to set this to high pretty quickly. And now what this is going to do is that it is going to essentially create a duplicate of the project. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly recommend you to check out that GitHub video because all of that is going to make sense. But I'm actually showing you the process of what you would do as probably the owner of this project if you need to make any changes. All right. All right. Now you can see here that it's done all the changes. Now, ideally, what's supposed to happen is that you are supposed to see which branch you are currently on. For example, here it says that we are supposed to be on this branch called as the feature socials tab, right? Now, this slash doesn't really mean anything. It is the whole thing is the name of the branch, all right? This is not like a URL. It's just that it could be called socials tab or it could be called feature socials tab. They've just put a slash. So this slash doesn't mean anything. Now, the problem with that is that that repo is actually initialized over here inside Notion mail components, all right? So if I come down over here to cursor, you can see that it is actually initialized over here, right? Which is why we're not able to see which branch we're on because we are currently in this Figma workflows tutorial, right? But the repo is actually initialized over here inside this folder. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come over here to click on new session. And this time, instead of this, I'm going to change this working directory. And over here, I'm going to go ahead and click on this and then choose this project file and then say open. Now, once we do that, you can now finally see that we have that GitHub repo, all right? Now, when I click on this, you can see that we have these two branches. One is the main branch and then one is the feature branch. Now, I'm going to show you the difference between this. So if I come down here to cursor, I'm actually going to go ahead and open up a new project. So I'm going to come here to my workspace, click on open folder, and then open this up and then choose Notion mail components and open that up, all right? And then we can close this. And now I can open the sidebar over here. And actually, we need to change this again to Notion mail components. There we go. All right. Now you can see here that the branch says the feature socials tab. All right. So when I come here to the projects and I click on the source app, you can see we now have the socials tab. However, check this out, right? We are in the socials tab. But when I come here to Claude, and what I'll do here is I'm just going to go ahead and, just type in hello over here. All right. And I'm going to say, which branch are we currently on? All right. You can see here that it says we are currently on the socials tab branch. All right. Now, when I say, can you check out to main branch for a second? All right. It's basically going to go ahead and show what we have on the main branch. All right. Now here, it says we are on the main branch. So now if I come down here to cursor, you can see that now the branch has been changed to main. And then when I click on this project, we don't see the socials tab anymore. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say, can you go back to feature.socials branch, all right? And so now we basically change back to the branch that we were working on. And this is how you're going to make your changes, all right? So now once this is done, we need to now upload this to GitHub. But how do we do this? So now the first thing you can see here is that under source, all right, if I click on this and I click on apps, for example, you can see we only have inbox and promotions. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say, can you push this to remote? And the remote basically means you're publishing it to the cloud, all right? And then open a pull request, all right? And this is a PR. Now, I'm going to let it do this, and we can basically just go ahead and choose Sonnet Low over here. And what this is going to do is that it is going to upload this to GitHub, and this allows anybody to actually review any code changes that are happening, right? So another person actually has to review this. But in this case, you can do this yourself because you are a designer and you're sort of technically the owner. And this is not really affecting any real code, right? And this is just so that you can update something, all right? So now you can see here that it says the PR is open, and you can come over here and go to pull requests, all right? And over here, you can see that we have this thing called as a pull request, which essentially if I click on, you can see here that it says Design Pilot wants to merge one commit from this branch into the main branch. Now, if I click on the checks over here, or essentially the files changed, you can see that it actually tells you what are all the things that was changed. So for example, over here, we have 4 files that were changed, which was the entire socials folder. And you can see the entire code that's written. And then in the inbox page, there was this additional line that was edited, which basically now adds this link, all right? And href basically means a link. And that basically takes you to the socials tab when you click on it, all right? So now, once that is done, what you ideally want to do here, now I have some other tools over here that are basically AI code reviewers, and we don't need to cover all of that right now because there isn't actual, any complicated code over here. This is very simple stuff, and I don't really need to wait for it to finish over here. What I can do is I can click on merge pull request, and then I say confirm merge, all right? And now all those changes are now available in the main branch, and everybody can actually now access that main branch and get the latest changes. So if I come down here to the code section, you can now see in source, we can actually go to app, and then now you can see we have the socials tab over here as well, all right? And now when people can actually download this again using a function called as git pull, and don't worry about this, if you watch the GitHub video, all of this is going to make sense, and they will have the latest design for this. Now that this is done, how do we actually show people and give access to anybody else a working prototype of this? Because every time we are actually looking at prototypes, we are doing it on our local host over here. Now, the reason this is not working is because we need to come back down to Claude Code, and I'm going to open up the terminal. And here I am going to say npm run dev, right? And this is basically going to open that up for us. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this URL. I can come down to Google Chrome, and then we just paste that over here, right? So now our prototype is working. Now the problem is, and actually go ahead and say inbox. All right. Now the problem with this is that this is only visible on my computer because the files are stored on my device. And if I click on socials, you can see it takes me to the socials tab. But how do I share this with someone who is sitting somewhere else and they can open this? In order to do that, we are going to have to now host this somewhere. And we are going to host this on Vercel. Now you can use any hosting platform. You can speak with your engineers and see what works for you, but we're going to go ahead and host it on Vercel so that anybody can actually access this. So let's go ahead and set that up in Vercel. So here I am in Vercel, and this is my personal Vercel account where I host some of my projects, and you want to speak with your engineers and figure out where to host it. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come here to add new, and I'm going to say project. Now on this page, what you want to do, you want the project to be set up with your GitHub repository. So over here, we have this AI design workflows demo that we created. I can actually just import that, and then you get this project window. Now, if you don't know what to do here, you can just basically ask AI to help you out, and it's going to really do that. But this is a very simple project, so there's no really rocket science over here. I'm going to come over here and say deploy. And what this is basically going to do is deploy this so that it gives you a actual website where you can host this and anybody can have access to it. All right, so now you can see here that this is finally deployed, which means that you now have this website URL that you can give to anybody in your company and they will be able to access it on their browser, even though they don't have the project installed. So this is the URL, which is the AI design workflows demo.vercel. You can click on that. And once you click on that, you will get an actual website that anybody in your company can access. And if I come here and say /inbox, all right, now that opens up this inbox page and I can click on promotions or socials and it basically works like a real prototype, right? And you can build this prototype as much as you want. And this is going to be an actual highly polished prototype that you can give anybody else in your company or your team, all right? So hopefully all of this makes sense. All right, so now you can see here that we have this new toolbar, which is what we wanted. The tab that we are working on is called as the Feature Socials tab. And this is obviously going to be merged to main right now. And you can see here that it is actually merged, all right? So it's basically showing which branch was merged. Can you check out to main and pull the latest changes? All right. Now what this means is that we are now going to go ahead and bring in all those changes back to our main branch, because the main branch was the one that was quite outdated. All right. So now if I come down over here, you can see, and so now you can see that the now main branch has the latest changes, which is the social tabs are now merged. So now if I come down here to cursor and I click on this, you can see here that we're now on the main branch and the main branch now has the socials tab, right? So now everything is properly synced. So now let's say you want to go ahead and create a prototype. So now for the sake of experimentation, let's come here to Notion Mail. And what we're going to do here is we're going to come up with a simple concept where when I hover on each of these emails, it randomizes the color of the hover state. All right. So let's go ahead and just play around with this concept and see when we prototype it, how does this actually look? All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come down here to Claude Code. And we can stay on the same branch. That's totally fine. I'm going to go ahead and set this to probably high. And I'm going to come here and say, I want to experiment a simple hover state. So let's create a new branch and work on that. What I want you to do is I want you to randomize the color of the hover state as I hover on emails. Pick between 5 to 6 colors and just randomize them. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run this. So basically what would happen is every time we hovered on this, it would just change from gray to purple to green, depending on the element that I hover on, right? We're just trying out a simple, fun experiment, all right? So it now went ahead and made those changes. And now we're on this new branch called as the Feature Random Hover Colors. If I come down here to cursor also, you can see that we are in that branch, which is the Feature Hover. And you can see that it's showing you all the changes that it made, which is different from the main branch. Now, how do you actually see this is now because you are running this on your computer, you want to check this on localhost. So if I come here to my browser, I have my localhost over here. And now, as you can see here, it's not working, but there seems to be a mistake and it actually did it over here. And so now we have this weird randomization and you can see that the colors are randomly changing. So let's say you're trying to do some sort of a Christmas campaign or something just to have some fun. You can go ahead and prototype this. You can get it like this and you can test out the prototype yourself. Now, here's the question. What if you want to show this to somebody else? So what we're going to do here is in order to show this, we have one option. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to come down to Claude and I'm going to say, can you push this to remote and create a PR? All right. Now, what we actually don't want to do here is we don't want to merge this to the main branch because this is just a prototype, all right? And this prototype could be rejected or we are just playing around and experimenting and we don't want it to affect the main branch. But the reason we are creating a PR is because we would then get a preview link that we can give anybody else on the team. So if I open up now this PR, now when I come down over here, you can see that because we hosted on Vercel, Vercel is going to give what we call as a preview link. All right. Now, when I go ahead and click on this preview link, it's going to basically authenticate. And now if I come down over here and type in inbox, all right, you can see here that we now have this URL and here we can see that prototype. So I can actually give this link to anybody else in the company and they can actually play around with this prototype. Now, the original one that we have, which is this one, which is the main one, which is the AI demo workflows Vercel app. This is the main one. And then this is the one with the preview link, right? But then this link over here just has the prototype that we worked on. And that is actually connected to this particular PR. So if I open up GitHub and let's actually go back to our pull requests, we have one pull request that is actually just linked to this PR. Now, if we come here and we click on merge pull request, this will merge it to the main branch, which is something that we don't want. So instead, what we can do is once it is reviewed, once it is approved, we can just come here and close the pull request if we don't want to merge it and the experiment was rejected. But if we like it and we want this to now be the source of truth, we can merge the PR over here. So that's how you create these prototypes, and you can share it with anybody else in the company with just a simple URL. So what I'm going to do now is, because I don't want this, I'm going to come down over here to our AI workflows, or actually we come here to our GitHub, and I'm going to come down over here and I'm going to say close pull request. All right. And that means that this is no longer there and this is not going to be merged to the main. And it looks like we still have the preview link available. So if we ever want to come back, we can actually click on that. And then I'm going to come over here and now you can see here, it says that the PR is actually closed, and I'm going to come here and say check out to main, right? And now it's going to come back to our main file and we are now in the main branch. Now, this is actually Shopify's website. And this is actually called Shopify.design, which is essentially a design website which showcases the work made by the designers. Now, I'm not sure if you've actually seen this website, but this is one of the websites that actually blew up when this was released. And Shopify has their internal tool called as Artifact. And what Artifact is like their own internal dribble where designers all over Shopify are sharing their work internally. And if you are a designer at Shopify, you can actually access Artifact and you will be able to see all the work that other people are working on. So this is like their own internal dribble or a repository. And so if you want to build something like this for your team and for yourself, you can definitely do that. People can host and upload all of their projects and prototypes on the internal website that you have, and everybody can interact and see everybody else's prototypes as well. So how do you go ahead and set this up such that anybody in the team can go ahead and upload a prototype at any point in time? So let's go ahead and see how to do that. Now, this whole process can be done with a different approach, and that's what I'm going to show you now. So now come down over here and I basically asked a question saying that what is the recommended approach if we want to create or store certain prototypes that we have just worked on. For example, somewhere in the main repo, but it is not affecting the original prototype that we have. So let's say there is a designer on the team and every designer is given a playground where they can create small projects and prototypes, but this doesn't affect the original source of truth. Now it gave us 4 options. I'm going to take you through the 4 options. The first one is a particular branch per designer. Now, this is not a folder. This is a GitHub branch. So just the way we had branches over here, every designer would have a branch. Now, the problem with this is that this is not a good approach to have because you shouldn't have branches unless you're actually working on something, right? So a branch is only created for a temporary state. And once the use case is completed, then you want to delete or merge the branch, all right? In our case, we decided to delete the branch, but in some cases, you might want to merge the branch, all right? Now, because you want to have dedicated playgrounds, this option is not a recommended approach. The second one is what I will go with, where we will have in the main project itself, in the main branch, dedicated folders for every designer. So for example, I would have my own folder, another designer would have their own folder, and I actually can see what the other designer has created and what prototypes the other designer has, right? So I can take visual inspiration and they can also check mine, right? And I don't have to share any links to anyone because this is going to be on the main website. They can actually access this themselves, all right? Now, this is the approach that we will go with. Now, the third one is to create separate repositories. Now, the goal here is not to create separate repositories, but it is to have one repository. So we're not going to go with this approach. And option D is to use another tool called Storybook, but we're not going to go ahead and do that. So now let's go ahead and actually set this up. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I like option B. Let's do that. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to point out a couple of points. Number one, on the main homepage, I want you to have small project folders that I can click on and view the list of prototypes created by each designer. All right. And this is actually going to be number 1. Number 2, let's take an example of the hover state interaction that we just did and make sure that that is my experiment and it should live under my playground. Let's also create an empty folder for another designer named Sarah, where she can put in her prototypes. Then I'm going to say, Let's do all of this on a main branch, and then we can merge this back to main later on. And we'll go ahead and run this. All right. Now let's go ahead and take a look at what actually happened over here. So it's done a bunch of work. It's added, 400 lines of code, which is totally fine. And now it's created this in a new branch. And once everything is fine over here, we will merge it to the main branch so that everybody can actually access this, right? Because now in the main branch, we don't have these playgrounds. So now you can see here that it's updated the file structure, and maybe it's better to show you in cursor over here. So we have our source file, which was what we had before. We have app, and then we had our inbox, promotions, and socials. And now we have added this link called as prototypes. And inside that, I can see all my prototypes and my other designer's prototype. Now, when I open up this, you can see here that I have a separate folder called as hover experiment, which has its own set of files. All right. So now let's go ahead and see how this actually looks. So I'm going to come here to my browser, and I'm going to come here to the local host, which I believe was over here, or let's actually just type in localhost 3000. All right. And now you can see that this is the main file. All right. So now we are in the main URL. And when I click on Chetan, you can see that now I'm under prototypes under Chetan. And that is pretty much the same thing that we have over here, which is prototypes and Chetan. All right. Then once we have that, I then have this experiment. So I can click on this, and then it's basically showing me a small preview of this. All right. But ideally, this entire page could also have the entire web app that we have built. All right. Now, this is over here. You can see that we are under now hover experiment. So everything that you see inside on that page is living in this file over here. Now, if I want to come down and see what Sarah is working on, I can actually come back over here. All right. I can come back again and I can click on Sarah. And then under Sarah, you can see that she has not really uploaded anything, right? Which is why under Sarah, we don't have this any other folder. We just have this page, which basically is defining how this page looks like. So this is how you can set up your actual playground for yourself and your team, and you can see what everybody else is working on. This is great. Can you move, or actually, can you create a PR and merge this to the main branch? All right. And we can actually go ahead and say, can you push? And then we can say create a PR and then merge to main. So let's go ahead and say push, create a PR, and then merge to the main branch. So now we don't really have to review the PR. We're just going to merge it because, everything looks fine. And I want it to be on the main branch as soon as possible. All right. So it's basically going to commit. You can see here, it's going to push to remote, and then it's going to go ahead and create a PR for us. All right. And it's just asking permission to create a pull request. And then also it's going to very soon merge this. All right. And now you can see here, it's asking to merge and delete the branch. We're going to go ahead and say allow, and it should work. And now you can see here that it's merged, and we're now back to the main branch, and it's successful. And what you want to do here is going to come down to Vercel and make sure we go to deployments and make sure that we have the latest one. So we have the latest one, which is ready. I can click on that. And now you can see here, this is how it looks. And I can then come back to this original one that we had. This is the old one. If I just press enter to refresh, it is going to refresh. And now this is on the main branch. So I can give this link to anybody in the team, and all of them will be able to access everybody else's prototypes. So let's say I am Sarah. I'm going to click on Chetan, and then I'm going to see what Chetan did over here. And this page can be literally anything that you want. All right. So this is how you set up playgrounds for your entire teams, and then you can go around and play around with everybody else's prototypes. So hopefully all of this makes complete sense. So now when I come back here to Figma, we have now officially gone ahead and completed number 6, phase 6, which was actually quite a crazy one. All right. And I'm going to turn that on. Now, I actually also probably completed phase number 8, where we created the interactive prototypes. So I'm actually going to delete this, and we're going to set this to phase 8. And this one also is going to be phase 9. And that's pretty much it. So now we have a couple of things left to do. We're going to create a God skill that basically creates these individual skills that we did in phase 3 and 4 and 5. And then we're also going to figure out how to document the specs in Figma, and also document on a website our interactive design system, for example. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move these around. I'm going to start off by taking this God skill and move that all the way to the end. All right. So this is going to be our phase 9. This is going to be our phase 7. And then this is going to be our phase 8. All right. So now with this, we're going to go ahead and figure out how to document these component specs in Figma using Uber's workflow called as Uspec. So we're going to do that right now. So here's a documentation that was released on March 11th by Ian, who works at the design system teams at Uber. And basically what he did was he found a way to sort of automate documentation specs in Figma really well. And I'm going to show you how all of that actually works and how all of this actually comes together. Now, I'm not going to go through this blog post in detail, but I'll show you a high-level overview. As you can see here, that this documentation was actually created by AI, and he set up a nice system that allows us to do this really well. All right. And so what it allows you to do is to set up 6 different types of documentations, which is anatomy, which is essentially all the elements that form that particular component. It could be icons, it could be atoms, it could be anything else. Then APIs. Now, these are things that we as designers actually never, ever think about. But APIs are configurable properties. So for example, when we use component properties for Booleans or text or instance swaps, APIs is what we call as component properties, but in developer language. And these are things that we never think about. So when feature teams are using this component, they should be able to customize it any way they want. Then we have the various properties, which is essentially the component properties that we have. So this is from a developer's perspective, and this is from a designer's perspective. Then we have our color tokens. Then we have our structure, which is essentially your height, spacings, paddings, all of that. And then we have something for screen readers as well. Now, he talks about how to set actually this up in simple steps, but there's a lot more that actually goes into understanding how all of this works. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that right now. Now, if you come all the way down, you will find a link over here, which says Uspec design, and opening that up will land you over here. And this is where the official documentation is. Now, there are a lot of things over here. Now, and you can see over here that there are specific pages for each of the various types of documentation that you can create. So for example, for an anatomy documentation that looks like this, there are various steps over here, right? Now, ideally, we don't have to look at any of this, but it's important to understand how all of this really works. But you can do this in your own sweet time and is not super important right now. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start setting all of this up. Now I'm going to come here to the getting started section. Now let's go ahead and look at this one by one, and I'm going to do this completely from scratch. So the first thing is to set up our agent. Now we have Cursor, Claude Code, or Codex. Now it doesn't matter what you're using. The steps are pretty much the same. Now, because we've been using Claude Code, I'm going to click on that. First of all, install Claude Code, which is something that we already have. Then you want to clone this project file. And you can see here, it says git clone. And this is essentially the project file, which is going to have all the necessary files needed to enable this documentation. I'm going to show you that in a second. And then you essentially want to open that project. And once we open that project, we have a couple of things that we need to do. We're going to do that and make sure that we always use the highest model. And right now, Opus 4.7 was just released, so he'll probably update this to be Opus 4.7. All right. So now let's go ahead and set this up. So the first thing we need to do is we're going to go ahead and download this project folder. Now, if you want, you can actually go to your terminal. You can copy this and paste that. Or if you want to do it the non-technical way, you can click and you can paste it over here. And this is where you will land. And all you need to do is come over here, click on the code, and you want to choose download zip. And that's going to download the project files for you. And you can see here that this project file is downloaded. All right, done. Now, the next thing we want to do is set up Figma MCP. Now, we already have all of this set up, so we can skip this part. All right. Then you want to connect the Figma Desktop Bridge plugin, which is also done. So we can skip that. All right. Now we need to come over here and do this thing called as a first run. Now, before we understand what this first run is, let's go ahead and take a look at this documentation so we actually understand what is happening behind the scenes. Now, you can see here that this whole thing works based on skills. So for example, if I come here and open up Cursor, now he actually had made this for Cursor, but this can be applied to anything else. If I come down over here to the skills section, you can see that each documentation that we can create has its own skill. So if we want to create the anatomy documentation, that is going to be a specific skill. If you want to create the API documentation, that's going to be a skill. Color, that's going to be another skill. Motion, that's going to be another skill. So I hope you get the point. So all of this runs based on skills. Now, if we go ahead and click on this skill.md, this basically has all the instructions the AI needs in order to create a nice anatomy documentation for us, right? Now, I'm not going to go through this in depth because there's a lot of information over here, but at a high level, you can see it basically gives guidance on which tools it needs to use, the specific workflow, All right. And for each workflow, there's a specific set of steps that you see over here. There's a lot of code, a lot of information. You can, sort of ignore all of this. None of this is actually relevant. But one thing that you also see here is that for every documentation type, there are specific details that help the AI as well. So not just the skill, there are also all of these specific details that are like essentially reference files for the AI to understand how to do the job effectively. Now, we don't really have to look at any of this. None of this is actually relevant for us right now because it's too complicated and too technical and we will never understand this. But if I come down over here again to the skills and I open up, let's say, anatomy over here, all right? Let's quickly take a look at the various steps that it would follow, right? And this is something that's simple for us. So first, when it verifies the MCP connection, that's fine. The second thing is that it actually reads the template key from uspecs.config.json. Now, what exactly is this? Now, this is where the first run skill actually comes into picture. So what happens is that there is actually this community file, which has a template of the documentation for every spec type that you see over here. So if I go ahead and click on this, it's going to open up Figma community and it's going to open up this template file. All right. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say open in Figma. And you can see here, it's opened up this template file. All right. I'm going to go ahead and change the color of this because I don't really like those bright colors. And what we need to do here is we want to make sure that everything you see over here is customized based on your brand identity. So what's going to happen here is that we need to publish this library so that each of these templates has an identifier number. And when I come back to GitHub, and if I come back over here, that is what we call as the template key. So when we run this anatomy skill, AI is going to know which component, or essentially this component, is the one it needs to pick and then customize for this particular skill. All right. And then it navigates to the component and extracts the data, does some evaluation, navigates to the destination if it is in a different file. It imports and detaches the anatomy template. It fills the header details, builds the composition, all the respective details, and then it does a visual validation, right? So this is how all of this actually works together. Now, in order for us to identify what is this template key, we need to actually run a skill the very first time we do this. So obviously I'm going to do that with you. I'm going to show you. So if I come here to Claude and we have this skill, all right, called first run. And what this basically does is that it actually identifies that particular template key and saves it somewhere. So what this skill does is that you can see here, it verifies the MCP, that's fine. All right. It gets the published library link. So we have to publish this as a library. All right. And then it navigates to that file and extracts the various keys. So it's going to identify the key for this, the key for this, and it's going to store it. All right. And you can see it extracts the keys and then it saves it in this file called as the Uspec config.json. So every time we run this anatomy skill, all right, and if I come down over here, it is going to re-identify that template number from this uspecs.config.json file. Right? That is how this entire system actually works. So let's go ahead and come back to the documentation over here. We can actually close this up and close this up as well. Now over here, we're going to come and see what is it that we first have to do. All right. Now we added it to our drafts and we have to publish this as a library. Now I'm going to come here to Figma and quickly what I'll do is I'm going to select each of these items. All right. And I'm just going to go ahead and change the fonts of this to what we are using so that it looks similar to us. And maybe, to be honest, maybe we just do anatomy for now. All right. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go ahead and choose Vent Sans. That's what we're using. I'm going to update this as well to also Vent Sans. Update these two to Vent Sans. And we have a couple more details over here. And yeah, all of this. And we have this number as well. Yep, this is also going to be Vent Sans. All right. So actually, that's not the font. I just realized that we need to use a different font. So I'm going to come over here and choose Momo Trust Sans. I think that's the font we were using. Momo Trust sans. All right, there we go. Okay, so this is the font that we're using, and I think also a little bit of letters, reduce the letter spacing to maybe like 0.2 or maybe 0.5. Yeah, whatever, that's fine, right? And now we actually have to publish this library. So I'm gonna come over here, save this somewhere. All right, I'm gonna rename this to Uspec template demo, for example. And then I'm going to come here to the assets, click over here, and then I'm going to go ahead and publish this library. I'm going to publish all of this over here. All right, there we go. Now, once this is done, now we can come back to our documentation over here, and we've confirmed this. Now, what we need to do is we need to run that first skill. So what we need to do here is open up our project. And I'm going to come over here, click on open folder. I'm going to come here to app projects, and I'm going to choose Uspec main, and I'll go ahead and run this. Now we are in this particular file. Now I can also do this in cursor. All right. Now I've opened it up over here in cursor, and I can open this and view our file. So here we have all our files. And what we need to do here is we need to run this thing called as the first run skill. So now come here to Claude Code. And right now they just launched Opus 4.7 while I was recording this video, which is pretty cool. And what we'll do here is I'm going to come over here, and actually first we need to make sure that the desktop bridge plugin is working. So I'm going to right click, go to plugins, go to development, and turn on the Figma desktop bridge plugin. So that's working over here. And then I'm going to come back to Claude Code, and I'm going to say first run. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we're going to run this skill. All right. So now we have a couple of questions that we need to answer. So the first thing is we need to select the MCP provider. So select which one are we using, the Figma console or the native Figma, right? And I'm going to go ahead and type in 2 because it's just saying reply with 1 or 2. I'm going to go ahead and press enter. All right. Now it's going to go ahead and ask the next one, which is save the MCP provider as the Figma MCP, and it's going to go ahead and verify the connection. I'm going to go ahead and say you always allow. All right. And then the MCP is connected, proceeding. Now, which tool are you configuring Uspec for? Now, this question is a little weird for us because we are using Claude Code, but not Claude Code CLI. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say Claude Code CLI. And then now it's basically asking us permissions. I'm going to allow that. And now what it basically did, it says skills synced. So if I come here to cursor, we now have all of these files that you see over here that are synced to our project, which is essentially uspec.main, the one that we downloaded. Before we only had first run, but now we have all of this, right? Now, if you want to do this for cursor, you could do it for cursor and it would work. And if you cursor actually is over here, and then for codex is also over here, So, but we don't really have to worry about that right now because in cursor, all of this already exists and all of this is fine, right? So let's go back. And here we're going to go ahead and say we need the Figma template library link, right? Now, Uber designers can skip this because obviously this was made by Uber, and then designers in Uber would obviously, they would have already have it set up. So I'm going to come here and get the Figma template library file. So I'm going to come down over here to Figma, and this is the file that we want to copy. So I'm going to go ahead and say copy link. I'm going to come over here and paste this. And I'm going to go ahead and say trust workspace. So now it's going to go ahead and actually search for these template components. As you can see over here, it's going to use the Figma use skill and then the Figma use and the use Figma tool. And then it's going to go ahead and search for the design system. And as you can see here, it's put out 7 sub agents, I guess, because it's trying to find each of those 7 template master components. All right. So all the templates found now detecting the font family. So we would have our own font family. So it's sort of detecting that right now. Now it detected it as inter, even though we changed the font, but I guess maybe there's a small issue, but that's totally fine. So now you can see here that it says setup is complete. You are ready to use Uspec. So now if I come back to Google Chrome, we get the confirmation, and now we can go ahead and finally create our very first spec. So for anatomy, all right, let's come down over here. So now you can see here that these are all the available skills that we have, and we essentially need to go to a particular page and run that skill, all right? And I'm going to come here to my Figma MCP Notion file. And over here, we have this email row component. So I'm going to go ahead and just make a copy of that, all right? And then I'm going to open up a new session, the same file, and we're going to choose Opus 4.7. That's fine. And I'm going to go ahead and say, create anatomy, all right? So let's say create. Now, if it doesn't actually appear for you, just go ahead and restart Claude Code and the skill files should be there. And I'm gonna go ahead and paste that. And then I'm going to paste this link over here. And I'm going to go ahead and say, this is an email row component. This component has a lot of atoms and icons. It also has a slot component too. All right. Now, it's important to give as much context as you want. But in this case, I'm going to intentionally not give it too much context, and I'm going to leave it as it is. Then I'm going to go ahead and say run. Now it's probably going to stop, think, and ask us a couple of questions, and we will be ready to answer that. All right, so now it's actually asking us to give screenshot permissions. That probably means that it actually added it somewhere in Figma. So I'm going to come down over to Figma, and you can see here that we actually now have this over here, and it's a little off. Things are a little bit broken over here, but I'm not going to touch this. I'm going to let it do its thing, and ideally, it's not supposed to just place it somewhere. It's supposed to move it to a place where there's enough place, but it's fine for now. We'll just leave it as it is and let it do its thing. And you can see here that it slowly brought in that template, placed in the instance, and now it's going to go ahead and start updating all of this, right? So we just have to wait for it, and you can see here that it shows the unified template placeholders. All of that is fine, and then it's going to inspect the frame structure. Now, maybe this is not really going to work because our email row is quite long, so we'll see how it essentially deals with that. But if you have a smaller component, this should probably work really fine. All right, and you can also say that the content is also filled, so it's taking another screenshot. So let's take a look. Doesn't look like the content is filled, so I'm just going to probably wait for that. All right, so you can see here that it says that it actually did everything, and we're going to come over here to Figma and we can take a look. So now, as you can see over here, it actually updated everything. Now there's a small issue where we don't have enough space over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to probably just shrink it down. Maybe set this to fill container over here, or maybe we could also just increase the width of this to fit in over here. All right. And there's also a little bit of a tiny font issue, but that's my issue. So I'm just going to go ahead and sort of reset that over here. All right. So now, as you can see over here, we got this done. So it says the anatomy, an email row, a single row in an email list showing the selection state, detail messages, and the date. And then here we have the component structure. The elements compose the email, right? So we have the first parent one, which is the main container. The second is we have the checkbox container, which is essentially this, which would have the checkbox. Number 3 is the content, which holds the message details, and then we have the date info. Now you can see here that it also missed out these two things. All right, as you can see, it missed out the icon button, and it also missed out the labels. And so what we're going to do here is that we're also going to ask it to say, we also have a hover state, which essentially has this action bar. So I'm going to come over here to Figma, and I'm going to open up a new conversation, new session. I'm going to come here and copy this, Command L, paste, and I'm also going to trigger the create skill. All right, create anatomy skill, right? Create anatomy skill. And I'm going to come here and say, what you created was perfect. However, there's a tiny couple of things that are missing. Number 1, in the hover state, we are missing the action bar. Number 2, we also have the ability to show the category and the labels in the email row. And there is also an option to show an icon button. All right. Now, in order to help AI, what I'm going to do here is I am going to copy this entire thing as well. And I can come here and say email row. All right. And I can say refer to this email row component to identify the action bar in the hover state, the category component, and the labels and the icon button as well. All right. And I'm also going to say, please ask me if you have any questions. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. All right, so there are a couple of questions. It says, before I update the anatomy, I have a few clarifying questions. All right, first one, the hover state and the action bar. The email row component, does it have a dedicated variant for the hover state, or is it an action bar Boolean property that appears on hover? The distinction matters. All right, so the first question is, the action bar appears only in the hover state. All right. We have a dedicated variant for the hover state in which the action bar is always visible. All right. Number 2, would you like me to regenerate the entire anatomy or patch the existing annotation in place, add new rows? All right. So it says option A is cleaner and more reliable, and option B preserves the current frame but is harder to get pixel perfect. So now come here and say, feel free to go with option A if you think it is more cleaner and reliable. So now it's going to go ahead and, create this whole thing from scratch. Number 3 is, are all these Boolean toggles in the email row, or are some of them slots and instance swap? I'll confirm by inspecting the element, but if you already know, it will save me a round trip, right? So the category on the left side of the email is a Boolean property. The labels are also a Boolean property. The icon is also a Boolean property. The labels are inside a slot component. All right. And then the fourth one is the note for the update. Is that the existing anatomy frame, or should I replace it, delete and generate the next one, or should I place a new version somewhere and leave the old one for comparison? So I'm going to say leave the old one for comparison and generate the new one next to the current one that you created, right? And I'm going to go ahead and run this. And what I can also do is I'm probably also going to go ahead and set the context window to 1 million tokens over here, so that we get a lot more usage. But it's fine. You can, if you don't have the 1 million context window, you can stick with the regular one. I'm going to go ahead and run this. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look now. It's done the documentation. So if I come back over here to Figma, and this is how it looks. All right. So basically it took the hover state and it added that because it has essentially all the variants. And I'm going to come over here and just change the color of this to something else so that we can see this a little bit better. Maybe make it a little bit more darker, or maybe even a little bit lighter. All right. Yeah, that's fine. And now you can see here, it took the hover state. It added pretty much everything. 1, 2, 3 elements, 4, 5, 6. And to be honest, maybe I'm just going to make this, pure white to make that easy. And then maybe just add a subtle stroke over here. And just to make things easy to see. All right, nice. All right, so then we have the sender name, the title description, and then this entire content area. And then now 7 is the atoms, which are the labels, the icon button, and this. And it did a pretty good job. As you can see over here, it pretty much listed down every single thing, also mentioned whether it is a frame, whether it's a component, whether it's a text layer, pretty much everything. There's some weird font issue, but this is my problem and not the AI's problem. So I'm just going to go ahead and just sort of reset this. So yeah, there we go. And we have the same thing over here as well. There's some font issue. This is on my side. So I'm just going to fix that. All right. Then it also documented the action bar anatomy. All right. So I didn't actually ask it to do it, but it did it for me. And essentially it just created these various buttons, and these are icons over here, right? So as you can see over here, it's actually done a pretty phenomenal job of setting all of this up, and it didn't really take much time. It's just one prompt and it cleaned up everything. And now all we have to do is, if you want, you can go ahead and do the rest of the documentation. So you can come here and type in / and you can go ahead and say create API, create color, create motion, property, whatever it is that you want. And all of this is going to work perfectly fine. So hopefully that makes sense. So with that being said, now we can come here and check off the next thing, which is phase 7, which is completed. All right, there we go. Now, the last thing, couple of things pending, is that in phase 8, we're going to document this on a website as some sort of an interactive component that we can play around with. And so we're going to go ahead and do that now. All right. Now, I'm here on a website called as ShadCN. And ShadCN is essentially a library, which is an open source library that you can start using if you want to build something. And a lot of these components, or actually all of these components, are based on React Native. And I believe they also are a part of Vercel, which is why it looks very Vercel branded. But what this website does is it gives you a list of components that you can actually use, and has all the functionality, has all the accessibility, and you can customize it any way you want. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at one of it, let's try to take a complex example. Let's try a sidebar. All right. So this is a sidebar that we have. All right. Maybe we take something not so complicated as well. Maybe let's try, let's go simple and let's just go with a button. All right. Now here I have a button. And then I have a bunch of documentations over here. And you can also obviously install this component directly into your AI tool, but that's not the point of what we're going to do. But essentially what you can see here, it has a bunch of examples. It has size, it has the various size, and also the respective code for that. So for example, you can see here that it uses the size property to change the size of the button. And you can see here that it has this is basically the code for it. All right. And then you have this for the default button, the outline button, the secondary button, the ghost, destructive, link, icon. It's got a bunch of things, right? And you can also see that it's got some specifics, such as you can see that the button group is over here, that it can be put inside a button group. It can be as its own child. it can be RTL essentially stands for right to left, which means that how this would look in case of other languages, and API references. Now, what API reference means is that it is all designer terms, it's called as component properties. What this essentially means is that when designers are using an instance of a master component, all of those have specific variations. For example, it has got the various types of variants, it's got various size, and it has a Boolean property over here. Now, this is what we call as component properties in Figma, but developers call it API because our design system team is going to build this, and then the feature team engineers can use these variants. So for example, we have default, outline, ghost, destructive, secondary, and link. They cannot create an elevated variant and start using that because the API doesn't allow that. So that's also something that's important. Now, while this is more focused towards engineers because it has a lot of code, we are going to try to build something like this for designers because designers typically never have an interactive playground like this. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, here's an example of Polaris, which is Shopify's documentation. Now, this is also very much developer focused, but we can take an example of the simple button component over here. But you can see here that it says which of these are optional, which of these are not optional, and it gives a list of all the properties or APIs that you see over here. And it also has certain events that feature teams can sort of control. All right. And there's also slots in case there's a slot component. And then you have all the examples, right? You've got the code for all of this. So you've got all the various types of variants, loading state, icon buttons, pretty much everything, right? And we've got some best practices, limitations, and pretty much everything there is. Now, as designers, we probably may not need to see all the code because it's not really important for us. But when a new designer joins the team, when you want to go ahead and update some documentation, have a source of truth, or check how a particular component works, you can basically go ahead and set all of this up, which is like a designer's documentation. Now, we also have Uber. Uber also has pretty much the similar stuff. It's a lot more detailed over here, but to an extent, we can sort of ignore this for now. And we can use shared CN as an reference point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here to Claude Code, and I'm going to go ahead and start a new conversation. Now I'm going to say, can you create a new branch for the next set of changes that we want to do? All right. I want to create an interactive area where we document everything regarding components. These could be atoms, these could be tokens, it could be molecules or patterns. The goal is to have an interactive preview for designers to understand everything about how a component looks, how a component functions, what are the various component properties, etc. All right. And what I'll do here is I'll come over here and make a copy of this. And I'm going to come back over here and say, here is an example from ShadCN website. Let's use this as a reference to build our own version. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that. Ensure that this website has controls that I can turn on or off or click or select that basically customizes the particular component right then and there so that I can visually see how it changes. All right. And then I'll say, let's start off by doing it just for the email row component. We'll do a test run. We're going to make some changes before we make other components. All right. I'm going to come over here and set this to Opus 4.7 high. And then I'm also going to come here and say, let me know if you have any questions and clarifications before you start coding. All right. And now we're on the main branch. We want to create a new branch. So it's going to go ahead and do that on its own. So let's go ahead and run this. All right, so we've got a couple of questions. Now, the first question is, where should this actually live? So for example, it's suggesting something called as docs, components, and email row. So this structure scales to atoms, tokens, molecules, and patterns later. Now, for now, this is okay. So it's essentially going to create a folder called as docs, right? And then we would have components, or else we would have tokens or molecules or whatever it is. So that's fine. Should I add a left sidebar listing categories, even though only the email row is populated for now? So the scaffold is visible. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes for both. All right. Second one, the controls scope for the email row. Looking at the email row and the playground presets, I could expose the toggles for unread, selected, star, has attachment, and label, the various types of selects, text inputs, and theme. Is this the right set, or do you want a narrow curated view? Example, the important prop that doesn't overwhelm users. So this is very specific to what I am designing. Now I'm going to come here and say, do not refer to the presets in the playground. Refer to the actual email row component and see what are the various customizable properties. All right. Then number 3 is shared CN parity and what pieces do you actually want. So shared CN's page has live preview, controls, code snippet, property tables, variant showcase, usage examples. Which of these matter for V1? So what we can have here is the live preview. So let's have the live preview and the interactive controls. It's also nice to show the variant showcase, ignore the code snippet, maybe have a section for the various types of behaviors. For example, the various possible date formats, the various possible sender groupings, single user, multiple users, triple users, or more than 3 users. All right, there we go. Then number 4 is, then it's asking, is the existing playground just being replaced or kept? The current homepage playground already has some of this. Do you want to create new docs or live alongside it? So I'm going to say, the existing playground that we have, we can remove that. We don't need that. Let's replace that with the current documentation that we are thinking about. All right. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and run this. All right. There are a couple more things to look at. So here's the plan it's going to follow. So it's going to have a URL called as docs, which is going to be the main landing page. And here, I guess it would list out all the various component entry points. That's, I'm guessing. In the side navigation, we would have tokens, atoms, components, and patterns as well. And under components, we would have email row, I guess. Then the email row page sections, all right? So we would have an interactive preview, all right? So live email row rendered in a framed canvas, that's fine, all right? Then we would have a control panel, all right, which is actually derived from the main code file. So we would have sender subject preview, which would be text inputs. We have all of this, and we'll see how this actually turns out. Properties table, variants showcase, all the various types of variants, behavior sections, that's fine. And then it's basically going to delete some of this entire playground section that we had. That's totally fun. That's totally fine. Out of scope is the code snippets. We don't want any code snippets. We don't want any installation docs and copy buttons, right? So shall I proceed? All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. Now I'm going to open this up on my browser because it's easier to look at it over there. And so this is essentially what we have. And you can see here now we have our tokens, and all of these are essentially are not yet set up, so we can't really click on it. And now we just have the email row, right? Now there's also a lot of space on the right side. So I am probably going to come here and say, can you make, I'm going to say, there is a lot of space on the right side. Can you go ahead and use up all of that entire white space? Have a small section on the right side, which behaves as the table of contents that makes me switch between sections quickly. All right. And I will run this. And while that runs, we're going to come back and just keep checking. All right. So we've got the email row item, basically displays what this is, interactive preview. So we've got a light mode and a dark mode. Now, ideally, I want this to be like a global thing because just looking at it over here may not be enough, but that's fine. So now this is also pretty cool where you can actually customize all of this and see how this looks. So for example, here I have, if I type in my name, that it works, very interactive. So the at is really cool. We have the senders list, and this is so amazing because I can add multiple people. So for example, if I say, for example, my company, which is Trade Republic, all right, and press enter, I see this, but then also let me type in my name again. All right, okay, there we go. This is weird. So there's some sort of a bug over here, but I think it's working fine. That's okay. I'm going to add Trade Republic again. And there we go. And then I'm going to type in my name again. All right, so that's pretty cool. So this, you can see it works really well. And we're missing the count. So that's interesting. So I'm going to come here and say the email count is missing. Can you add that as well? All right. Now we also have the subject line. This is fine. We have this, and then we also have the date, which is today, past year, and this year. So this is also pretty good. Then we have the red and unread state, the selected and the deselect state. We do need a hover state. So let's see if the hover state works. Yeah, hover state works perfectly fine. We want to show the count. All right. So the count shouldn't be toggleable. So I'm going to come here and say the email count should not be a toggleable property. It needs to be present only if there are 2 or more messages sent in that email. So what that essentially means is the moment we have more than 2 items, we should essentially show this. All right, looks like it went ahead and is cleaning this up. So we'll just wait for it. Then we have our labels. Now labels, obviously we are missing the we have a category section. So if I click on category, you can see that a category gets added over here, which is perfect. Now the category color cannot be anything else. Now this is weird that, so I'm going to come here and say the category color can only be neutral colors. We should not be able to change any of the category colors. All right. And then I'm going to come over here and, oh, it actually compressed it again. And I will say labels can be any color other than neutral colors. All right. Now, I don't know why it's making all of these mistakes. Maybe it's a weaker model and maybe the context window is getting used up, but ideally this should not happen. All right. And then we can add some labels. So I'm just going to first of all turn off category. Let's add some labels. I'm going to add a label and I'm going to call this, let's say, promotion. Or let me just call it design. There's no space here, but I guess that's fine. And we need to have, I'm going to delete this and just say design and add. All right, there we go. We got it. So that's fine. Now we also have all our variants over here, which is nice, but I guess these could be documented a little bit more better. That's okay. Behaviors, we have essentially our date formats and sender groupings. This is also pretty fine. All right. And I can just click over here to switch between these sections very quickly. Of course, it's not really well designed and we probably have to polish this really well, but I'm going to send this across as well. All right. Now, as you can see, it looks a lot better. Now, of course, we can go ahead and customize each of this to make it a lot more better looking, and definitely because this is, just out of the box and looks, terrible, to be honest. But as you can see, you can still make all of this work at the end of the day, right? So if I quickly take a look at what we have in cursor, we basically have the app, and then under that we have this section called as components, which is not what we want. We have the section called as docs. All right. And then under that we have components, which has basically this. So I'm going to come back over here to Claude Code, and I am going to say, can you also add the API documentation section inside the email row component? All right. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and find that project file. And I think just to double check, that is actually under docs and then components and then email row. All right, so I'm going to come here and say email row. All right, so docs, components, email row. I don't know where that is. Email row. All right, I'm not able to find it, so I'm going to go ahead and say inside docs for the email row. All right, I'm not sure why it's not really showing up. All right. Run this. Maybe I'm going to choose Opus 4.7 for this, and maybe we choose medium for this. And let's run this out. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. And now we also have this API section, and this is pretty good, right? So in this API section, this is mainly for people who probably have a little bit more technical experience, but honestly, it's not really rocket science, right? And this is something that engineers and obviously design system people definitely have to look at. So essentially what this means is that all of these various types of properties are things that can be customized by anybody using this component. Now, there are certain things which are required. For example, you need the sender name, you need the subject, the preview, and the date. So these are the 4 things that are mandatory. So this is pretty cool. Now we could also have a section where we can have a link to the Figma file so that anybody can come here, click on it, and actually take the user to the Figma file, right? So that's also something that is definitely possible. All right. Now, with that being said, what we'll do now is we're going to come over here to Claude Code, and I'm going to say, this is great. Can we now go ahead and make a skill where when a component is either updated or a new component is added, we can run the skill in order to do the entire documentation that we just did for the email row applicable to any other component as well. Let me know if you have any questions on how you want to set up the skill, right? So basically now what we'll do here is we will now create a skill where all we have to do is give a link to the Figma file, is tag the component, and the skill is going to go ahead and document everything. All right. And it's going to make sure and why do we need to create a skill? We need to create a skill so that whatever component you make looks exactly like what we have over here, and every page is consistent. That's the whole point of creating a skill. So good idea, right? A few things to nail down before we get the skill right. First one is it invoked manually with a component name, or should we auto detect which component changed via git difference? I'd lean to manual plus component argument and simple predictable. So basically it's asking us when do we want to make this change? Do we want it to be manual where the user is asking, or when we see something changing in GitHub where a component file is updated, do we then have to trigger it? Now, ideally, this is the best way to do it. When something changes in GitHub, we identify that, and then the skill automatically sort of runs and it changes everything over here. And to do that, we would use a concept called as hooks, which I'm not going to talk about in this video, but it's a very interesting concept. But then we're going to keep this manual. So I'm going to come here and say manual. Number 2, the scope of generation, 3 possible levels. The skill should ideally autofill every single section, all the way from interactivity to property types to the variants to the APIs and pretty much every single thing. Even include things like behaviors and customization options as well. It needs to have everything that the current email row documentation currently has. All right. Now, there's one question about reusable versus duplicate. The email row page has inline helpers. Should the skill extract these into a shared module so the future component docs import them cleaner? I'm not 100% sure what this is. So I'm going to say, I don't know what this means. Can you elaborate? And then the side effects, right? Should the skill also add a sidebar nav entry, remove coming soon and add a new link, or flip the status from soon when the page is generated? So I'm going to say, if we already have a page which is marked as soon, we update that to make it available. If we don't have a page for the component, we create a new page, right? I guess that was pretty straightforward, but I'm not sure what it means. Then confirmation gate, mirror the Figma skills pattern, summarize plan, show property table view, wait for explicit go before writing files. Yes, this is correct. Let's ensure that the skill has a checklist that it actually follows, and it marks every item in the checklist as done as and when it completes it, right? So there we go. And I'm going to say, let me know if you have any additional questions. And once that's done, you can prepare the skill, all right? And I'm going to set this to high. And also going to run this. All right, so let's go ahead and quickly take a look. It's made the skill, and we can go ahead and actually read it over here. It's actually better to read that over here. So under the skill section, we can go to Claude Code and we can go to skills, and then we have the document component. We open this up, and there are a couple of documents over here, but that's fine. All right. So go to Markdown, open this up, and let's review this, right? So basically auto-generate or refresh a component documentation under the documentation component's name. This is fine with the same structure as the email row docs, header, interactive row, etc. Ideally, it shouldn't say email row docs because we want this to sort of be global, but for now, that's totally fine. So essentially what we have here is the various steps. So discover the component and parse the source, properties, utilities, conditional logic. Now I want to make sure that this is not going to Figma, and you can see here that it is actually reading all the code files, which is the correct thing, and then resolve any navigation entry. So that's fine. So it's going to decide if it's a new or an existing link. Extract the shared UI doc helpers. All right, I'm not 100% sure what this is, but that's fine. Infer the interactive preview controls, auto-generate the variants list, propose the behaviors and candidates, and it's going to create these 2 pages. So this is essentially what is the content, and this is going to be how the content looks. All right, that's the CSS file for that particular page. And we're going to update the link over here from soon to true or soon to false and add a new entry, whatever it is. And then it's going to do a verification, take a screenshot, and surface any unmapped properties. All right, and then summarize all of that. All right, so we can go ahead and test this out. And if I come here to Figma, we can actually see what component we want to work with. I think we could probably do the action bar or the tag button. Now, there's not really much to show over here, so we could test with the tag button. So I'm going to come over here to Claude Code and open up a new session. And then I'm going to come here and get that skill. And I think that skill is called components. I forgot what it's called. It's called document component. So let's go ahead and type in document component. And then I'm going to call this the tag button. Now, maybe instead of calling it tag button, we can actually come over here and find that actual component. So if I come down over here to our component section, and then we have our icon button, inbox template, nav menu, item, page header, sidebar, tag button. All right, there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and just type in tag button, and it's under source component, which is correct. And we are going to run this. All right. So it's gone ahead and done some investigation. So the interactive preview, we just have the label because it's a button which is just going to have the label. It's going to have the display color. So we can choose the various types of colors, and there's no state over here. So that's fine. We have 6 variants, and then we have a variant with a very long label. So that's one thing. Behaviors, there are no behaviors. APIs, there's only 2, which is a label which is required and a color which is also required. And unmapped properties, none. All right, and it's going to be in this folder, which is documents, atoms, and then tag button, which makes a lot of sense. Navigation change, flip existing atoms, tag buttons into soon. Now, this is actually correct, but what I want to do here is I actually want to add another section in atoms, which basically have a section that talk about the other components that this is being used in. So I'm going to come here and say, all of this is great and perfect. I want you to make a small change. Specifically for atoms, I want you to add a section which basically lists out all the other components that this atom is used in. For example, the tag button currently is being used in the email row component. So I want you to have a section under the tag button documentation which mentions that this is being used in the email row component. And also make sure to update the actual skill so that it checks whether this atom is being used in other components. And then I'm also going to go ahead and run this. All right, so it's gone ahead and done it. And now we can come back over here to our browser. And here we have the tag button. We can click on that. And now that is selected. And all of this looks pretty good. So we have the light mode and dark mode. We have all of these various options over here, which is proper. We can change this to whatever we want. So I'm going to go ahead and say very long tag button component. And as you can see, it truncates after a certain point. So you can see the truncation rules here as well. We have the variants. You have the one which is max width. All of this is great. And you can also see here that it added this, which is the components that expose this atom. And so ideally, we can come here and document this a little bit more, where you can have a preview of the email itself so that we could actually see where it is actually being used. And then we have the API communication as well. So as you can see here, once you have everything set up in code, you can actually go ahead and build this entire documentation very quickly within a matter of minutes. Now, the last thing that I want to do before we go ahead and complete this phase is to create some sort of a getting started documentation for anybody who's going to download this file. Because once they download the file, they should ideally know what they have to do and how they can use this project. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and say, can you inspect the entire project and create a getting started file that helps anybody download this project to go ahead and understand how to use it. They should be able to know what skills they can use, when they have to run the skill, in what order they can, and what are all the various ways they can utilize this project. Let me know if you have any questions before implementing. Now, I'm also using what you can see over here is Opus 4.7 1 million context. Now, the reason I'm using such a high context window is because it's probably going to go through the entire documentation, and it is going to need a lot of context to understand. And I'm also choosing extra high so that it takes its time to really think through everything and come up with something that works well, because we already have a lot of information in this project, and I want to make sure that it understands everything in its entirety. So I'm going to go ahead and choose 1 million context window and extra high. All right, so it's asking us a couple of questions, which is first one, we already have this readme.md, which is a Next.js boilerplate, which is essentially like a standard template that comes when you install Next.js. And it's asking, do you want me to replace that, or do we want to go ahead and leave that and create a new one? So I'm going to go ahead and I wanted to sort of replace it. So that's one thing that I want to do. Second one is the audience. So it's asking for both designers and developers or primary developers. I think this is mainly for designers and product managers, right? And I would say less for developers. And the depth, all right? So a single top level guide with 200, 300 lines that covers the setup, the 2 skills, how to run them from each agent, routes you can open in the browser, and common workflows end to end. Or we do like a quick starter guide that links out to the Agents.md and the individual skill.md for details. Now, this is to an extent left to you, to be very honest, and depending on what your approach is. But what I will do here is I will go with 1A. So this is going to be 1A. And then for 2, I'm going to say mainly designers and product managers. So, and product managers. Then number 3 is going to be, I'm going to go with A because I want it to be a little bit more detailed. Or maybe people are not going to read 300 lines, but it's fine to have more, and then we can reduce it later if we want. And I will run this. Okay, so it's done. And it's also pretty crazy. We've just used 6%. So maybe we didn't really need a 1 million context window, which is quite funny. We could have done this within a 200,000 tokens context window, and it still wouldn't have reached 50% because it's still 60,000. But anyway, let's go to cursor and have a look. So in cursor, I'm going to go ahead and close this up, and we will open up. I think we should be on the correct branch. And then I'm going to open this up. We are going to find the readme.art file. Okay, so there we go. So this is what we have. And I think there is a lot of steps. And I mean, it's totally left to you how much you want to customize this, to be very honest. So this is a hands-on playground for designers and product managers to explore what happens when a design system lives in both Figma and code at the same time. This repo ships a live Notion mail design system. That's fine. 2 AI skill. That's also okay. You also have a nice table of contents that when you click on should ideally take you to that particular place, but it isn't navigating, but I guess that's okay. So what can you do with this project? So first of all, you can browse the component library by typing in /docs, see a full working inbox, which is /inbox, and run the skill, which is to drop a configured email row into Figma, which is the same skill. Then generate an interactive docs component, which is document, and then experiment with UI ideas, which is essentially going to be inside prototypes, right? And so at the end of the day, depending on what your use case is, you can go ahead and actually, set up the way you want. Now, this is great, the prerequisite. So you need Node.js 20. So you can download this from Node.js, the desktop app, a coding AI agent, the MCP access, and also access to the Figma file. And then you will have to download this project file. So you're going to type in git and clone. This is exactly the link that I showed you on GitHub, which allows you to download it. And then you can type in npm run dev, which is the code for Next.js to sort of run this. That's just about it. And yeah, and then it shows you all the URLs, which is also what it calls as roots, and then all the skills that are explained, right? Now, you can also see here that it gives recipes, which is essentially use cases. So if I want to show a PM what the inbox looks like, this is what we can do, all right? I want to tweak my email row and see it in Figma. I'm preparing a design review. I need a full inbox in Figma. You can do that. I just add. So depending on the use cases that a person would have, it also is showing workflows. So you can obviously analyze this and see what makes sense for your use case in your company and your team and apply that as well. There are also some troubleshooting ideas. That's fine. And then it's giving you a complete overview of how the fold's structured. And we could also have links to Figma files over here, to be honest, but right now I'm not doing it. And then all you have to do is I'm going to come here and then I'm just going to merge this. I'm going to say, can you create a PR and merge domain? Right. I can now finally come down over here, go to phase number 8, and I can double click here and then mark this one also as complete. Now that this is done, the only thing left is for you to create a God skill that essentially allows anyone to execute all of this in one shot. Because when we were creating this email row design skill, we were actually doing a lot of things manually and it required too many steps. But what if now that we have this as a reference, we create a God skill that essentially allows us to create this skill depending on whatever use case you have. And depending on what your workflow is, you can choose to customize this God skill to do exactly what you want. So if you are trying to create drawers or forms or menus or Kanban boards or chat interfaces, for example, depending on what you need to do you want it to generate code? And do you want it to make the, paste into Figma skill, or do you want it to just paste into Figma skill? Do you want it to do all the three, which is essentially code it, paste into Figma, as well as document it on the browser? Depending on what your workflow is, you can create essentially a God skill. You probably need to give it a couple of components for sure. Mention what are the atoms. You need to provide the main template, which it can sort of duplicate, create an instance of, and edit, couple of rules and behaviors, and then it's going to build everything for you. So that's pretty much it. Now, I know this video was a lot, but I really hope you guys found something valuable from this. And if you have any questions or requests, let me know in the comment sections down below. And make sure to check out learnproduct.design/cursor if you're interested in learning how to build AI products completely from scratch. So that's pretty much it. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more amazing, awesome content. And I'll see you guys in my next video. So then take care and bye-bye.